We would like to ask you to stand up shortly because, first of all, and before the dignitaries enter, we are going to listen to a traditional song that we love here in the Basque country. It's a song of greeting. So we will ask you to stand up so that we can hear it. It's called Agur Jaunak, and while the dignitaries are entering, then some professional dancers Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Egunon, buenos dias.
Welcome to the European Forum on Vocational Excellence held in San Sebastian Tabacalera building.
We have almost 300 people here in the room and about 400 people joining us online from all over Europe and the rest of the world.
Wow, that's a lot of people working together to improve VET. Teachers, policymakers, researchers, students, and companies working together in the 25 COVEs. What is COVE? Center of Vocational Excellence. You're trying to get the best VET through international cooperation. Well, COVEs were launched in 2019, but there is still a long way to do. And here we are going to work together so that we can get the best VET ever.
But we also have policymakers, people from think tanks or people from international organizations in completely other fields because they have high hopes and expectations that vocational education can bring the solutions to the challenge of today and tomorrow.
That's what we hope. Well, Rogier, here is, let me introduce you to Rogier Elshout. He is a moderator focused on European affairs, and you will also be moderating the plenary sessions today. So a big applause for you, and welcome to the Basque country.
Thank you, Vanessa. Vanessa Sanchez, you're a journalist from the Basque country, and you'll be joining me for the opening session. Also an applause. And we're not in San Sebastian by coincidence, because the way the Basque Country does VET is remarkable. People come from all over the world to learn from it, and they're also one of the founding fathers of this whole system of COVIS. The Minister and Vice Minister of Education of the Basque Country will give you a spectacular keynote in which they explain their vision on VET.
And after that, we will hear the Commissioner of Employment and a member of the European Parliament debate on, well, the big challenges of VET, which are the big challenges of our European society. So we will be listening to it very carefully, and we hope we will get your answers from the Mentimeter.
Yeah, and
we're
definitely going to invite you to that debate as well. But before that, we have 5 people who'd like to welcome you to this forum.
Yeah, but before that, we would like to thank the VET students of the Basque Country that are being so involved for a good success of this forum. Do you remember the dinner you had yesterday? Was it good? It was created by VET students from the VET Center of Leioa, and we have lots of students from the VET Center Miguel Altuna in Vergara. They are studying event organization, so we are already asking for a big applause for them because they are making a great job. And also a big applause for you, because it's the first time that you meet physically in this new initiative launched 3 years ago to improve VET. So this is a great day for you too. So thank you for coming. And now, yes, as you said, Rogier, it's time for presentations and for greetings. The first one coming from the Basque Minister of Education, Mr. Joaquin Bildarratz. I give you the floor.
Thank you, Vanessa. Everybody, good morning. Smith, Komisarioa, baita ere Europar Batasuneko.
Good morning, Mr. Smith. Good morning to everybody from the ministry and those in charge of you from different places around Europe. Good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure for us to have been able to organize this international conference on vocational education and training. So welcome to all of you to the Basque Country. We've organized this event with a great deal of excitement. I'm sure that the participation of different viewpoints and an exchange of different experiences will be enriching for everybody here at this new conference. In June, I was lucky enough to have a meeting with Commissioner Schmidt in his offices in Brussels. It was a really valuable and very interesting meeting, especially because we saw actually something that we actually already realized was part of our ambition, which is that the Basque Country is also working fully aligned with the policies set out by the European Union. And for Europe, the Basque Country is also a kind of benchmark within VET. We say this with pride, but with humbleness as well. We want to carry on growing. We want to carry on improving the education of our learners and the response that we can give to our businesses and the responses to our industry. And we're going to do that with the assistance of the European Commission, of course. We've been journeying together for many years now. We've faced different challenges together with the Commission. We spoke, in this case, about we spoke about creating a network of centers of excellence, of strengthening ties between different vocational training schools and between countries as well. And that we're doing that now. We're in our first steps in the Basque Country, and we're participating in this network, but there's still a lot to be done. And even when we get there, there'll still be a lot more to be done. I'm convinced that in this forum, new ideas will come forward, new approaches, new projects. And we will be able to listen all the time to everything that we need to. We want to carry on working in that way. The perfume of mutual assistance showcases everything that we're doing. We want to carry on working this direction. Once again, thank you for taking part in this forum. I hope you enjoy your stay in the Basque Country. And in addition to working, I'm hoping that you have enough time to enjoy our country, and you're able to find out a little bit more about our culture. We've heard the agur jaunak, which is a greeting, and the agurra, which is a dance showing respect to those who come to visit us from afar. So from my heart, really, thank you so much for coming.
Esta mañana, el lehendakari.
This morning, our Lehendakari, the president of the Basque country, hasn't been able to come here because every Tuesday, just like probably happens with the Council of Ministers, we also have our cabinet meeting. I managed to avoid the cabinet meeting today, but unfortunately, our president has to be there, and he has to chair this cabinet meeting. But he wanted to send a message to you, a message that we'll be able to see and listen to in the next video. Commissioner Schmidt and European Commission officials, you can see what the Lehendakari is saying with the subtitles that are in English on the screen.
Ohorea da sarean lana egitea eta lanbide heziketaren bikaintasuna sendotuko duen foro honi ongi etorria ematea. Laugarren industria iraultza eta digitalizazioa oldarka sartu zaizkigu, indarrez gainezka, eta indar horixe da bestelako mundu baterako bidea abiarazten duena. El mundo gira a nuestro alrededor bajo el impulso de nuevos valores, culturas y prioridades. En Euskadi trabajamos con un objetivo claro, el progreso. Un progreso basado en el desarrollo humano sostenible, que afiance una sociedad del bienestar. Para asegurar el bienestar debemos reforzar dos aspectos, conocimiento y comportamiento. La formación profesional es conocimiento, porque avanzamos hacia un futuro tecnológico e inteligente. Y es comportamiento, porque impulsamos la creación de riqueza y atendemos a quienes se pueden quedar atrás. Etorkizunerako espazio berria diseinatzen ari gara. Europa mailako lankidetzan eta bikaintasunean oinarritzen den espazioa. Horretarako, lanbide heziketako ikastetxeak indartzen ari gara, eta gauzak ondo egiten baditugu, etorkizuna liluragarria izan daiteke. Los procesos de transformación deben ser procesos de innovación, impulsados y desarrollados a través de redes colaborativas. La Comisión Europea, con el impulso del comisario Smith y su equipo, ha puesto en marcha una iniciativa de gran importancia estratégica, una formación profesional innovadora, de excelencia y orientada a crear redes de colaboración. En esta iniciativa, los centros lideran plataformas de excelencia en las que participan diferentes países. El objetivo es llegar a 100 centros de excelencia para 2027. Esta iniciativa va a reforzar la formación profesional y la competitividad del tejido productivo europeo. Gracias por organizar y participar en este foro internacional que ambiciona una Europa con más y mejor conocimiento, comportamiento y colaboración. Nazioarteko foro honetaz eta Donostian eta Euskadin egingo duzuen egonaldiaz gozatzea opa dizuet guztioi. Eskerrik asko.
Well, we thank Lehendakari for his message, as well as Joaquim Bildarratz for your welcome message. And now we are going to see the message and hear the message that the Spanish Minister of Education, Pilar Alegría, has sent us.
Good morning, buenos días.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be able to send you these greetings at the beginning of this important conference about how to achieve goals of excellence in vocational education training. As Minister of Education and Vocational Training in the Spanish government, I share fully with the Basque government, the European Commission, and the other organizing entities of this forum our ambition to turn VET into a key part of our education system and also of our production systems in the 21st century. And to achieve that, we need to carry on improving the quality of the courses that we offer and do that collaborating and in harmony with business, because that's the only way of meeting the demands of the professional profiles that are needed for this current moment of economic transformation that we're going through, which is via digitization and sustainability. This will help us achieve another, perhaps even more important goal, which is that our youngsters have real opportunities to access skilled, well-paid jobs with future prospects. But I think we still have to go further along the lines of what this forum in San Sebastian is actually aiming to do. What we need is for VET centers to be real innovation and excellence stakeholders in the systems where they carry out their work. In Spain, as you know, in 2020, we initiated a full, ambitious modernization process of VET to put us on the same footing as the leading countries in Europe in this field. This is something that we've done from the Spanish government in close collaboration with autonomous regions and also with the financial assistance of Next Generation European funds. And there are several areas of action, including, for example, a substantial increase in the number of courses available. Over the last 3 years, we've actually opened 200,000 new places on courses, the creation of new interesting qualifications for emerging sectors, a broadening of the dual vocational education training. That means that all students will be able to carry out some of their professional pathway in companies. And of course, internationalization, digitalization, and entrepreneurship as qualities of this new vocational education training. And finally, the creation of one single system that includes the vocational education and training system in the education system with the continuous training of those already in a job so that they can get lifelong learning throughout really the whole of their lives with ongoing dialogue and engagement of social partners. That means entrepreneurs and trade unions. This will guarantee the success and the continuity of the whole of the reform process. In this new model that we're setting up now, there's also a key role for the creation in Spain of a network of 50 excellence centers. This is going to be a true quality benchmark for innovation and technological development at a national level, of course, within a specific professional branch. These centers of vocational excellence, which we started working on in July, will become catalysts of innovative ecosystems and places for research and entrepreneurship. And for all of these reasons, really is great to have this forum here. And I wish you, of course, all the success. We'll be keeping a watchful eye on the content and on the conclusions of this event. I wish you a very pleasant working 2 days here in San Sebastian, that wonderful city. And I'm sure you'll want to come back, those of you that are here for the first time. Congratulations once again to the Basque government, because it's thanks to their engagement, their commitment to the modernization of VET that we're here, and all the other organizers. And thank you so much for listening.
Okay. We thank Pilar Alegría for her message. Well, we are already hearing it. Everybody's willing to enhance cooperation, to give the best answer to the great challenges we are facing now and in the future. And initiatives such as COVES that strengthen connections between the people in Europe will definitely make a stronger Europe in the present and for the future. So now may I ask Nicola Schmidt, the Commissioner for Employment, to come on stage. We give you the floor. Thank you very much for being in San Sebastian.
Dear Minister, dear Secretaries of State, dear Member of the European Parliament, dear friends, dear participants, it's for me a great pleasure to be here in San Sebastian to participate in this Forum of Excellence for Vocational Training. I think there are not so many places to hold this kind of forum, because when we talk about excellence in vocational training, certainly the Basque Country is the place to be. You have shown really through all the efforts that excellence is possible, but excellence is not one moment, it's a process. It's permanent, a permanent investment in people's and especially in youth talents. So thank you for organizing this forum and thank you for all your efforts. Well, the forum's topic comes at the right time because the devastating war in Ukraine and the resulting energy crisis have highlighted the crucial role international cooperation and especially also renewable energy have to play. This new reality requires us to accelerate the clean energy transition towards the vision laid out in the European Green Deal. By 2050, the European Union aims to be the first climate-neutral continent worldwide. These ambitious plans of an innovative, inclusive, and sustainable economy will not materialize automatically. The transition requires companies, but also all stakeholders, schools, providers, education providers, and finally people, to adapt or even fundamentally change the way how we produce, the way how we work, the way how we educate. So we are in midst of a period of deep transformation. But talking about transformation and change in the Basque Country, you know through your experience, like many other regions in Europe, what transformation can mean. Well, it can mean a positive way, it can also mean a very painful way. And your country experienced, in some decades ago, a more painful way of transformation. But you managed to overcome this difficult moment, this difficult way, by investing in people, by investing in good education, by investing, as the President said, in not just in knowledge, but also in behavior, in attitude, in values. So again, my congratulations for the efforts which have been accomplished. We know that this transformation we are going through is a huge challenge and must go hand in hand with equipping the workers, the young, and I would say all the citizens with the skills needed. This is crucial for Europe's competitiveness, but equally necessary to leave no one behind. It is the issue of social cohesion. It's also the issue of territorial cohesion. We have one major asset in Europe, and this major asset is the asset of solidarity. It's solidarity in our societies, it's solidarity between regions, it's solidarity between member states. This is what makes Europe strong. Without solidarity, we will not be able to face the big challenges and come to positive results for all of us. Skills shortages and mismatches are already a big challenge. Companies in the EU report difficulties in finding workers with the necessary skills, while only around 1/3 of adults undertake training on a regular basis. I have a major worry. We have in Europe still about 8 million young people, 8 million young people. This is more or less 4 times the population of the Basque country that are nowhere, that are not in education, not in training, not in a job. This is a terrible loss of talents, of energy, of capacity, and we cannot accept this situation. We have to make sure that these millions of young people find a way to the labor market, to become members of our economy, full-fledged members of our economy, with their contribution and helping them to discover their talents. Because we discussed it yesterday evening, everybody has talents. Sometimes these talents are just not really valued or really discovered. And I think here, obviously, that is a very good way, a very flexible way to open doors to those who perhaps have not yet found the right door to enter fully into labor market, but in some way into society. Next year, as the European Commission President has announced, we will have the European Year of Skills to give a fresh impetus to investment on skills and strengthen the implementation of innovative skills policies. This is an absolute prerogative for Europe to master the green and digital transitions and to ensure our global competitiveness. This year of skills, next year, will drive forward the comprehensive vision for skills as presented in 2020 European Skills Agenda. And an important building block will certainly be a well-deserved spotlight on vocational education and training. Vocational education and training has long been part of the EU's skills policies. More recently, the Centres of Vocational Excellence, COVES, have become a core component of this policy. Until 2027, the EU will finance more than 100 centres of vocational excellence with Erasmus Plus funding of 400 million. And we just heard the ambition of the Spanish government to create more centres of excellence in Spain, following, by the way, a very important reform of vocational training in this country. Yet, many more are being established all over the world with the objective of modernizing VET systems based on the same concept developed in Europe while being funded by different private and public resources. COVES operate in local contexts, creating skills ecosystems for innovation, regional development and social inclusion. At the same time, they also reach out globally, working with COVES in other countries through international collaborative networks. And I would just open a bracket saying that especially our friends on the other side of the Mediterranean, our partners of the other side of the Mediterranean, with a huge number of young people, we have a common responsibility to give them the right training, to give them the right education, and allow them to get the right jobs. I think this is a common interest of Europe, to work together with our friends, especially in Africa, but especially in our neighbors on the other side of the Mediterranean. The Basque Country is setting the standard on vocational excellence. Most of the Basque VET centers can be considered centers of vocational excellence as they follow the approach. They are centered on learners, they provide multiple services in addition to initial training, they are aligned with regional innovation and smart specialization strategies. And finally, they partner with key agents at both regional as well as international level. This joined-up approach is reflected in this conference, where representatives from governments, training providers, and companies will showcase best practices and what can be learned from each other and where to go next together. This conference as a platform for learning and exchange on innovative VET practices. And finally, we are in a period also of deep technological transformation. Technology is now everywhere. Digitalization is everywhere, in all professions, in all sectors. And here that is also the right response to bring people in this technological background, to give everybody the right digital skills they need to continue their job or just to switch from one job to another. And this is, finally, I consider this meeting as a real kickstart into the European Year of Skills 2023. And again, thank you very much to the Basque Country, thank you to Spain for organizing this conference, this forum, which brings us together and which opens a new perspective for excellence of the VAT procedures. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt, for your words. Well, you said it. This innovation is a process. And it's actually great to be all together in this journey towards excellence. We'll meet you back here on the stage in a few minutes in a debate about excellence in a new global order. A debate with Ilana Sicurel, member of the Committee on Cultural and Education at the European Parliament, to whom I give now the floor. Welcome to the stage. Oh, excuse me. Welcome. I mixed up.
Dear Commissioner Schmidt, dear ministers and representatives, dear colleagues and participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is a true honor and a great pleasure to be with you today for the opening of the 2022 Forum on Vocational Excellence here in San Sebastian. And I would first like to congratulate the Basque authorities, vocational education institutions, businesses and partners for their exceptional commitment in this field. The most worrying political challenge that we have the collective responsibility to face is what the French political scientist Jérôme Fourquet calls the danger of archipelization of our societies. We have to find a way to solve the disintegration of our democracies, largely linked to social, educational, and territorial disparities. In other words, the divide between the integrated people that find their way in the labor market, the international environment, who are often graduates, and those who feel excluded from the path of success. This divide has a clear and tragic political consequence: the growing incapacity of democratic society to form decision-making majorities. This difficulty to act fuels the threat of populism and the false, easy solutions that are their stock in trade. In front of this challenging context, I have two good news for you. First, education and training have never been so high in the European Union agenda. That's why we are, for the first time in the history of the European Union, building a European education area that will be fulfilled in 2025. At least, the European Union has begun to realize that education and training are not an expenditure, but a powerful investment. At least, the European Union has begun to realize that education and training are not a cherry on the European cake, but constitute strategic and vital stakes. Second good news, vocational excellence has become a truly European subject. I can testify that we are going through a real change of mindset in recognizing VET as a pathway of excellence and strategic investment. As co-author of the European Education Area report of the European Parliament, I convinced my colleagues of the European Parliament to create a functioning European VET area on the same footing as higher education. The 400 million euros that the Commission has decided to invest in the centers of vocational excellence, with the support of European Parliament, but especially of our Commissioner, that I thank in our name, and that we are here to celebrate, illustrates this new priority very concretely. It's a true driving force for the sector, and I salute the Basque Country for their leadership. These centers have the power to give structure to skills ecosystems across the Union, make regional and local dynamics flourish, most importantly, make VET students, trainers, and companies match their needs while encouraging mobility of pedagogy, ideas, and people. I know that pedagogical exchanges between teachers have developed and have been even strengthened by the pandemic that has had at least the advantage to allow us to become more familiar with the new technology tools. These exchanges are extremely important. But my message to you today is that apprentices have to experience themselves European mobility. When, as members of parliament, we have secured the doubling of the Erasmus Plus budget, our ambition was not simply quantitative, it was also qualitative, to enable those that are the furthest from Europe to appropriate Erasmus. It is a political priority of the two committees I belong to, the Committee of Culture and Education and the Committee of Employment, to dedicate considerable amounts to Erasmus Plus Pro. Why am I so attached to the mobility of apprentices? One, it is a way to develop their sense of belonging to a concrete Europe. Second, it enables them to enlarge their professional knowledge and skills. Three, it reinforces drastically the attractivity of the VET, because today, excellence and international mobility are interlinked. But I would like to insist on the last reason. European mobility will allow them to acquire what UNESCO calls the competences of the 21st century. The ability to communicate, to adapt to an unknown environment, to innovate, to take initiative, to cooperate in a team, to go out from one's comfort zone, to gain self-confidence. And let me illustrate that by a recent story. In a vocational school that I visited, a young girl from a diverse background spoke as mobility ambassador with eloquence and insight to her peers about all that mobility has brought her. I questioned the school principal, winking that he has put the brightest kid forward to impress. He replies by saying that this girl was on the verge of dropping out of school or even radicalization. She had returned absolutely transformed from her European experience. The stakes are thus social and political. Ladies and gentlemen, I had a dream. For the realization of a social Europe, I called in the European education area for a framework of psychosocial skills on the same model as the one on basic digital skills, with the idea of a recognition by all employers and academic authorities thanks to a micro-credential. These psychosocial skills would be acquired during a European mobility or a period of social or civic engagement. This dream that I share with you, and particularly with Commissioner Schmidt and our Spanish friends that will be in charge of the presidency of European Council from June 2023, could become a reality. It could constitute a precious lever to convince the young people and the families that are reluctant to European mobility, because it will bring a concrete benefit in terms of employability. Furthermore, it will not need a complex process of mutual recognition, because it will be built at a European level and have a universal value. It could be a concrete step to be taken in 2023, the European Year of Skills, in support of our youth, adding a considerable string to their bow. As you have understood, valorizing and modernizing VET in the direction of greater flexibility in line with economic needs is a priority for me. And the battle continues. I am happy to share with you that I will be the co-author of the next Parliament report on fostering and adapting vocational training as a tool for employees' success and a building block for the European Union economy in the new Industry 4.0. I am looking forward to our visit to Technica and to our exchanges that will be precious to feed my reflection. And I wish you a wonderful and most successful Forum on Vocational Excellence, and thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Sicurel. Well, you already gave us, with the other participants, the other authorities, some terms so that we can debate later on with you and with the audience. Actually, Rogier, now you have some questions to cheer up the audience.
Yes, because we definitely also want to hear your opinions. So for the people in the room, we have a microphone. But if you are here or online, you can do it through your phone, because we also do a lot of digital innovation here. The first question we asked to you is, what do you think vocational excellence is? And people came a lot of words like innovation, collaboration, and cooperation, but in the end it is about future, it's about skills, and it's making people ready for the digital age. The next question I want to ask to you is, where are you from? So where are you normally based? Not right now, but where are you normally? You can pin something on this map. If you're here in the room, take your phone and go to the instructions are at the top of the screen how you can participate. If you are at home, you can next to the video player, you will find the...
they are already answering?
Yeah, they're already finding it. So next to the video player, you find a little screen where the questions to you will appear the whole day. New questions will appear to you. We see people, in the far north of Denmark. A lot of cows are there. Some in the middle of Turkey, Romania. The Baltics are coming here. There's quite some Brussels. That's probably the policymakers. Some people in the central of Spain.
Well, definitely, the more we are, the stronger Europe will become in this cooperative initiative.
And we also see some people of the rest of the world, because the EU also cooperates with other countries around the globe to make vocational excellence and make sure it happens everywhere, also as the Commissioner said. So we see all of Europe is represented. Then of course you want to know, what do you do? You can say, well, I teach. I work at a school, I teach. You can say, well, I manage projects. I'm also in one of these schools, but I just do the project side. You could say, I'm in a business, because we need businesses, and they are a crucial part of this COVID, because it has to be with businesses together. You could say, I make policies. We also need politicians and policymakers. Or you could say, I study, because without students, we cannot create the education of the future, not talking only about them, but also with them. And then we can also ask you, some people are something else. We see there is a nice combination of everything. So that's good to see. We have all the people we should have involved. We have them here. And then the next question, but maybe also the most difficult question, is what is the biggest challenge for the labor market of tomorrow? So what is coming to us that we need to be prepared for? What are the biggest challenges for the labor market of tomorrow?
Yeah.
While people are answering this, I would say, let's also ask this to the Basque government.
Well, we already got the first answer. Labor shortages, resilience, attitude. It's a matter of attitude. Well, thank you very much for your answers. We will give you some time to think about all of those answers, because now, before that, before we dig into these questions, we'd like to know about the Basque strategy for VET on excellence. We already heard Commissioner Schmidt speak about the Basque VET. You said that the Basque country is setting the standard on vocational excellence. Well, actually, most of the VET centers in the Basque country can already be considered centers of excellence. So may I ask again to come on stage Mr. Joaquim Bildarratz, the Minister of Education of the Basque government, with the Vice Minister of Education of the Basque government, Jorge Arévalo. You are going to introduce the strategy of the Basque government for Basque VET in excellence. Thank you.
Egunon berriro ere.
Good morning once again, and thank you. I was talking to Jorge over the last few days, and I wanted to talk to you as well about VET. And there's a few words I want to just sort of say out loud off the top of my head. When we talk about VET, we need to ask ourselves questions. But at the same time, I'd like to highlight 4 words that Commissioner Schmidt said to us. Transformation, process, attitude, and support or solidarity. These are 4 key elements for any kind of transformation in any field. In our field, education, Jorge, interrupt me as you always do if I get something wrong. That's why I'm behind the head table, so I'm holding on tight so as not to interrupt you. But these are 4 key elements. They're 4 key issues. And I'm going to start also by appraising perhaps the political situation here and how I see and how we see from a political viewpoint society. When I think about something that the United Nations has announced to us, which is that today we will be 8 billion inhabitants on this planet Earth today. But also 200 years ago, I don't know if you remember, you've probably studied, or you've probably seen that Malthus predicted that we'd never go beyond 1 billion because that would bring pandemics, ecosystemic, environmental problems. And quite clearly, his prediction has not come true. But it's also true and quite clear that there's a lot of problems with what we're seeing surrounding us and how we're dealing with those issues. So we really do need to analyze this disconformity that we see in all societies, sort of dissatisfaction. If we analyze truly what the world is like, its global nature, we can see policies, we can see behaviors which actually really don't conform to the values that we supposedly represent, nor that we supposedly want to work on. In 1943, the at that time IBM president predicted that with just 4 or 5 computers, that would be sufficient to manage the world. Now, each and every one of us have 5 or 6, probably. There's an iPad, your watch, your smartwatch, your mobile. What about your car in the kitchen? And when you go and visit Technica, that's a real eye-opener. So the 4th industrial revolution has reached its summit. It's at its peak. Digitization, artificial intelligence, connectivity is being fully developed. So our relationship, the way we relate to life, to our planet, and to our work is changing completely. And this change is going to bring about transformations that for many people will be traumatic. Yesterday, Mr. Bezos, the president of Amazon, announced that 10,000 people were going to lose their jobs. They're going to be laid off. He laid off 10,000 people. An organization which is quite a young company, and yet this transformation, this really swift, important transformation is happening with such rapid decisions that we need to be able to interpret what's happening. We need to be able to read between the lines. We need to be able to understand what's going on, because in VET, we're going to have to find a response which is going to be very important for what Commissioner Schmidt also said, which is that we've got 8 million youngsters that are unemployed and not studying, and VET needs them. Why? In 1900, Europe represented 25% of the world's population. 25%. By 2050, the forecast is that we'll only be 4% of the world's population in Europe. And yet the weight of the European economy is going to be much bigger, much larger. And that means that we need lots of people and some very skilled people. And that's what VET can truly do. And for that, We need to analyze and look back at the 3 previous industrial revolutions, the ones that predate the current one. And in these 3 industrial revolutions, you'll see that this dissatisfaction, this worry, this concern, as also this unrest, disquiet has also been generated because first technology comes, and then afterwards mankind, humankind, societies has been able to adapt to what this revolution, these transformations have brought us. But the 4th industrial revolution is teaching us different things. And now, actually, it's going to be completely the opposite, because we have to train, we have to educate so that our youngsters are the ones that bring about this industrial revolution. It's us that are in VET. They're going to have to push us forward towards the 5th industrial revolution, to the Internet of Things, Internet of Senses, and wireless 6, 5G. All of this. We need to do that and to reach that via all the tools that we are creating here in VET. And just a final thought that I also feel is important, and we were talking about this yesterday evening with Commissioner Schmidt and his brilliant team, and Jorge as well. The US is up there with quantic things, and you've got Japan, Korea, China as well. They're all talking about quantum things. They're thinking about things and about technology as well. And what about us? We are thinking about people. We're people-centered. We're centered in humankind. We're value-based. Of course we're going to need technology. But above all, we're going to need those values that we aim to have in this society. Fair, balanced people that need to care for their planet, that are able to get by in society with kindness, that can create a sustainable world. That's what our VET is about. And we're hoping that in the next 10 years as well, it's a VET that's able to cover 65% of the needs of our businesses. In the Basque Country, 40% of GDP is related to industry and services. Services that serve industry. 40% of our GDP comes from there. And we've got agreements signed with many businesses, with many companies, to cover their training needs, to meet their training needs. And our learners in dual VET, the day after they finish their VET, have open doors waiting for them at these companies. Okay, that's enough. I've said enough. That's all a bit theoretical. Actually, the practical side of things is Jorge. So maybe Jorge can tell us about the practical side of things. Great, brilliant, thank you. Everything that our regional ministers explained and everything that Commissioner Schmidt has explained, we need another way of understanding the future. We've got to do things differently. And there's a word that the Commissioner also used, and that's key, which is transform. We need to be able to do things differently. We need to train our learners differently. We need to adapt to the 4th and the 5th industrial revolution, which is just around the corner. And Basque VET is transforming. It's transforming the whole of its system from the top to bottom in the following way.
understanding life, and we need to prepare Basque society so that it can comfortably come to terms with these changes. We are going to have to coexist with digitalization, connectivity, smart systems, data, and artificial intelligence. Advances that will also require values that are adapted to a new way of living. Today, robots already interact with machines, with people, and interact among each other, and technology will continue to advance at great speed. Basque vocational training is preparing the professionals who are going to provide a response to both the present and the future. And for that purpose, the Basque Country's VT is being transformed again. During recent years, we have worked on the implementation of new learning methodologies, the transformation of the education spaces, the introduction of creative routines in VT centres. And we have also supported our industrial fabric, in particular MSEs, to improve their products and production processes. But it is time for a new impulse that enables us to make the leap from innovation to the new environments of applied intelligence. We no longer live in a world of progressive and predictable changes, but in one of disruptive change. This raises the need for young people to be innovative while they are learning. We have launched an intelligent professional training which responds to the 4.0 different environments: digitalization and connectivity, artificial intelligence and intelligent systems in sectors such as industry, biosciences and health, precision agriculture, gastronomy, automotive or the textile sector, among others, but also that promote and reinforce sustainability, inclusion and solidarity. Vocational training centres have always been and will be at the core of the successes of our vocational training, which guarantees its transformation into intelligent organisations, organisations that work towards continuous transformation and which face and provide answers to changes and new challenges. Centres that have the challenge of expanding and deploying their activities in very different fields. Organisations focused on the future, with ideas to be implemented, with hope and motivation, with capacity for action, which take risks, which work on constant innovation, and which understand that another way of doing things is possible. We design innovative solutions, are quick to implement them, and work collaboratively. Knowledge is expanded when it is shared, and sharing is the essence of our project.
Como habrán visto en el
As you've seen in the video, our VET schools or VET 5.0 smart schools are completely different because they need to deal with different contexts. Firstly, high-performance training. What I mean by that, high-performance training has 5 key components: a cultural component, a scientific component, a technological component, a professional one, and a personal one. These are the values that we talk about. We need people to be leaders, to be human leaders that are always above and beyond machines and robots. That's why humanistic leadership is so important in the training that we offer. But there are 70 of these VET schools. They work in 28 different collaborative networks. And that's actually providing us with tremendous strength to try to progress regarding the challenges of the 4th and the next 5th industrial revolution, to try to meet the challenges ahead of us. Now, VET schools work on 3 main elements. Firstly, human development. Actually, that's the most important: sustainable human development. Then, of course, technological development, sustainable development. Of course, it needs to be sustainable for the good of the planet. They also lead digital transformation of the VET in the Basque Autonomous Region, where they drive forward technology. They work with advanced technologies, and also, as you'll be able to see, they're able to work in different kinds of innovative spaces to be able to learn these new kinds of skills that they're going to need. Advanced technologies that we're working with, and you'll see these tomorrow when you go to Technica. You'll be able to see all these technologies that I'm referring to here. They're all related to the 4th and 5th industrial revolutions, and you'll see, you'll be able to touch things, you'll be able to see how these technologies are being developed. And I'm going to talk just a minute about a couple of them. Firstly, this idea of what we call immersive digital spaces. These are important digital technologies that provide us with the possibility of working, as you can see here on the screen. This idea of virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality. As you can see here, these are 5 learners. What they're going to do is they're going to learn inside a wind turbine. They're in a space, but they think that they're in a wind turbine 60 meters above the ground. They're going to see how they can work at height. There you can see the avatars of the different learners that are inside the wind turbine. Or here, this is another set of learners who are working on a car. They can disassemble it. They can check whether it's the engine that's gone wrong, if they've got some kind of a breakdown. They're like in a technical metaverse so that they can work collaboratively via virtual and mixed reality, because we can actually work on a real car with real people inside the car, but then in different vocational training centers, both in the Basque Country and other vocational training centers around Europe, can work on them as well, just virtually, and look at the different challenges, the problems here. We can change paint as well. We can repaint. This is one learner, and there's another one behind him. And here we moved into the intensive care unit. They're inside this intensive care unit. They can be working with the materials, working with the different components, and learning how to work in an intensive care unit before actually going there, before actually going to a real intensive care unit. Of course, they will do it. They may work in an intensive care unit or in a wind turbine or on a car in the future. You'll be seeing all of this tomorrow, don't worry. If we now talk about smart interactive digital spaces, this is a new kind of classroom, a different kind of classroom. These are 100% digital classrooms with digital walls, digital learning desks. There the learner signs in with his digital card. There are 4 per desk, 20 in each group. You see that they work digitally on different projects. In this case, they've got to meet a series of challenges. They send information from one desk to another, or from one desk up to the wall, and they carry on working on the wall. And what's more, these kinds of classrooms can be connected to different vocational training schools, other places in the Basque Country, other places in Europe, because you can connect with anyone, anywhere. Here you can see how they're sending things from the desk to the wall. The idea is to learn how to use digital technology in all different ways that you can do. This isn't a replacement for normal classrooms. It's in addition to normal learning classrooms. So they have digital learning periods and also learning periods in other creative spaces, or to make prototypes, or where they work on projects. But it's really, really important that they learn how to use these technologies, because this is what they're going to be seeing at the different companies that they're going to work for, at least here in the Basque Country. Here you can see they've got 360-degree images. They can actually work as if they're in a workshop or on offshore wind turbines. They can see 360 degrees on the 4 walls of the classrooms. You're going to be seeing that tomorrow as well. We're also working on cybersecurity. This is really, really important. IT cybersecurity, but not only IT cybersecurity, but cybersecurity for manufacturing, because we need to protect our machines. The cybersecurity offices are in different schools. That number that you can see, 40,144, those are the number of attacks per minute that one of our servers is receiving. A server that's connected to other 99 around the world, 100 computers connected. These are real attacks. These are 100 computers that every day get over 40 million attacks. They're prepared to see who's attacking and how to defend. And what we do in our cyber range is teach, firstly, our teaching staff and then learners how they can defend from any attacks, from any of these cyber attacks. These are games, actually, normally, where some attack, others defend. And the idea is to offer this training to all our learners, all our students, of course, the teachers first, so that they know how to defend themselves from cyber attacks. I also want to explain something else to you. And this is something actually that our regional minister mentioned, sensory intelligence. Internet is really, really progressing fast. This is a teacher who at the back of his head has got a sensor. A sensor's connected to his vision, and using his eyes, he's making this drone fly. It's sensory intelligence. So that means one of your senses, in this case sight, you can make things happen. He's looking at these screens and he's using his sight to order this drone to do something. Here you can see how this drone do a couple of loops. Yep, there it goes. And in this case, how this drone is working, or anything else that we might connect to his sights. Here we can put the lights on and off, put the blinds up and down, and other things, just using your sight. So the Internet of senses is being developed. Sense of taste. We're going to be able to know the taste of food via Internet, or the scent of a perfume also via Internet, via this virtual reality that I'm explaining to you today. So there's huge changes out there. As you've seen, as my regional minister said, as the commissioner said, we need to do things differently. We need to transform. And as I was saying, I think we've spoken about this a lot, haven't we? The approach is that we can't improve the things as they are today. What we need to do is to look towards what's going to happen in the future. I've been told off on many occasions. I've been told that we need to close because all I do is just talk all the time. So I just want to close this event, this opening ceremony, by saying that for all projects we need leadership. And in this case, with the leadership of Commissioner Schmidt and of all of his team, there's a strategy that we are implementing that is what's really going to help us. It's really going to help this project be successful. Earlier, I said the difference between looking after our values, our intelligence, our humanity is in collaborative networks. We need to all of us work together, all vocational training schools, all these coves, centers of vocational excellence. We need to work together because that's the only way we're going to get. By 2026, we've got 100 centers of vocational excellence where over 400 million euros are going to be invested. Let's work together. And I'm sure that with the flexibility that VET has always shown, with the skills and the intelligence of all your professionals and everything that we're going to know how to do, this is going to be a success. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, we are sure this is going to be a big success. Thank you very much, Mr. Bildarratz and Arévalo, for sharing the basis of the strategy of the Basque government for BET, which are the standards of the European Union for excellence. And now we're going to start digging into those concepts. Again, we're going to invite Mr. Schmidt and Mrs. Sicurel for the opening debate. And Rogier, you
well, we just
while
we invite you to the
Please,
stage,
may I welcome you back on the stage.
We asked the people, can we see? Oh, here we have our cartoonist Angel. He's in the back of the room. He's making cartoons of what he's hearing. Thank you so much for this. And we also, can we see the results of the voting we just saw? Transform, yeah, very important one, the future. So these are the biggest challenges for the labor market tomorrow: climate change, resilience, innovation, digitalization, lack of digital skills, unpredictability, abstract talents, attitude. There's so much. Commissioners, sometimes when I look at a thing like this, I think the challenges are huge. Does it sometimes make you uncomfortable?
Well, no, it doesn't make me uncomfortable, because what you have to present is also the opportunities, because we have a lot of challenges. We also have a lot of opportunities. And what we just heard from the Minister and the Secretary of State shows that, our world is changing and gives us so many new tools, so many new possibilities, not just to work, to learn, but also possibilities to work, new ways to work, more interesting, more, hopefully, more inclusive. So yeah. I would not be scared by the challenges. I see first the opportunities.
Well, then let's go to them. Vanessa, can we go to the next question? What do we want to know from our audience?
I'm looking for it.
I think it's, this is the one. We have it.
Okay.
I think we already were there. Yeah. So, what do you want to know?
How should VET respond and change to the challenges of tomorrow? Well,
yeah, we already heard a lot from the Basque government how they think it should be done. Also, the question to you: how? Quickly. Yeah, that's a very important one.
That was a quick answer.
Yeah, we have to do very quickly. I'm just going to ask someone in the audience. Good morning. What do you think? What is the challenge for VET? How can we respond to it?
It's always to be updated with the times.
Updated with the times.
Everything is changing, so from day to day, and when you think you're up to what's going on, the day after something changes.
So be ready for permanent change. Always changing. I'm just going to throw the microphone, so be aware, it might come to you any second. Hi, can I ask you? Hi, good morning. What is the challenge for VAT?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Challenge.
You have to keep it a bit closer.
We don't know what is the challenge for VAT. We should learn it day by day.
Okay, we have to learn day by day. So always, the basic thing is to be open, keep your eyes open, ears open.
Sure, new challenges are to come, so.
Yeah, okay, can you throw the microphone to somewhere here in the audience?
Well, people are insisting on partnerships, cooperation, flexibility. Those are the main answers.
We see them. Hi, good morning. What do you think is the challenge for VET? You have to talk into the microphone. No, yeah.
Okay, I will do my best.
Yeah.
As far as I think, the biggest challenge is the skills mismatch. The labor market needs different and innovative skills, and education providers, VET providers sometimes have difficulty to provide these skills.
Can you give an example of a mismatch?
Especially the ones with the digital innovation. So the schools are not ready for that.
You still make analog people and in it for a digital world.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, let's do one more. Can you throw it behind you?
Okay, I will do my best.
Yeah. Oh, hi.
Very much behind. So I think we heard many challenges already, but if we ask how we want to face the challenges, I think I just want to say in a positive energy. So to also make that something positive, not only talk about the challenges, how difficult it is, how we lack skilled workers, but also, hey, that is great and it's fun. So that's my message.
Does it sometimes have a bit of a stigma of it's not the university, it's for the people who aren't smart enough and it's a little lagging behind? Is that a stigma?
I think we should work on this image, yeah.
Yeah, but is the image wrong? Is the reality much more cool than...
Of course it's wrong. It's great. That is great and fun and we should all be involved.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Carel, if to prepare for what we know is coming is difficult, but to prepare for what we don't know is coming, the only thing we know, changes will be there, they will be rapidly. How do we prepare for that?
I think that we have to go through a change of paradigm in our educational systems. And, the founder of PISA assessment, Andreas Schleicher, says that now our educational systems are inherited from globally the industrial era to prepare kids to very clearly identified skills that you will need in the future. And as you said, we have to prepare our young people to challenges that we don't know. I mean, so it has to change completely the way we are educating our kids, and not only in the vet, but in the school in general. And I think that vocational educational training can show, in a way, the path. I mean, to this, and to play a key role. But I think that we also have to find a sense to work. You know, three days ago, there was a study published in France showing that in the 1990, you had 60% of the people who said the most valuable thing in life is work. Mm-hmm. And now it went down to 24. And the family is going first. So maybe it's not a bad news, because family is not a bad thing. But we have to give sense, you know, if we want to succeed, you have to like what you do. And if I have just 10 seconds, I would like to share with you the Ikigai test. I don't know if you heard of it. Ikigai is a Japanese concept that when you decide to get involved in a professional path, there is 4 questions that you have to ask yourself. The first is, what do I like to do? The second is, what am I good at? The third is, what does the world need? And the fourth, last but not least, what will allow me to earn a living? And so maybe there is a new way to get engaged in professional life that will also help us yeah,
and it's been mentioned already today. It's not only about skills; it's about behaviors, about how you feel, and maybe also the skills for life. Yeah, but then so it means education has to change quickly. Well, we'd like to know a little bit how you think that education is changing. Vanessa, what can people do?
Yeah, well, how quickly does VET adapt or change? Regarding the content of the curriculum, well,
yeah, you
not really fast, actually.
You can rank all these things on a scale from turtle, when you think it's really slow, to cheetah, when you think it's really fast. And you can do this for the content of the curriculum, what we teach, didactics, how we teach it, that we share our innovations with small and medium enterprises, because they don't have the capacity to do all these innovations. You might have it. The changing stakeholders in the ecosystem, companies come and go, new interests appear and disappear. Are you able to adapt to that, or are you still serving the companies of last year? And how to prepare students for a lifelong of learning. Well, Vanessa,
it seems the audience thinks that we are not adapting very fast, actually, between the turtle and cheetah.
Ooh. Yeah, we're kind of in a hurry, but I see, well, only preparing lifelong learning is almost a 6.
Well, I would say the last, preparing students for lifelong learning is of essence. And this has been also defined now by the European Union last year at Porto among the major targets of what we call social Europe. But it is Europe, our future. And I think lifelong learning, when we listen to the rapid transformation, when we listen to the technologies, but also the changes in our society, we have to prepare people to accept change. Because the biggest problem is that people fear change. Okay, and we miss opportunities because people are afraid. That's natural. You are always afraid of something you may not know, and you may not know the outcome.
Okay, then
that's what I think lifelong learning is, preparing people for learning permanently, but also being open to new ideas, new concepts, new behaviors. And this is an attitude. It's not just, it's an attitude, it's a mindset. That's not easy, but I think what we have to convey is the new mindset in a new world.
Okay. So maybe we should insist in soft skills?
Yes. Okay. Soft skills are essential, absolutely.
Well, this is also the final question we have for you before we go to a coffee break is what can we do to prepare young people for, not only young people, but also people who are slightly less young for a life of permanent transition? While you answer this, I once heard someone from a vet institute saying, I think in 10 years' time we will not be teaching a lot of practical skills because we're always behind. You will learn that on the job. Our main job will be learning how to learn and how to change. Is that the way vet centers should be going?
Absolutely. I think that, but we have to avoid a caricature that would, lead us to think that curricula are not important and that, you can just adapt. So why do you have to study? And when you go to schools from time to time, the young people are asking, why should I learn? Because it's going to change. And so I think it's very important to have, these both challenges together. Because in order to be able to adapt to a new environment, also to protect oneself from all the dangers you have in internet and all this new world of information, being able to do a hierarchy between, information that worse or not. We have to be very careful with that. So we have to be, in a way, I would, Hannah Arendt, the philosopher, used to say, the only field in which you have to be conservative is education. Okay. Because it's a bit paradoxical, but it enables us to protect what is innovative in the young people. It's a bit, I think it's a very deep thing that we have to remember.
And conservative at the same time. Can we ask, where's the microphone? Can you throw the microphone to someone? And when we ask, what should we do? Yeah, take someone there. Hi, good morning. What should we be doing to prepare people for a lifelong, a life full of transitions?
Be ready, be prepared for continuous change in working life. So. Also, I think we need some training for adults as well in the vocational education, vocational training.
Yeah. Is the future going to see less that you do education 4 years and then to the workforce and more a little bit education work, education work, education work?
Most likely, yes.
Most likely, yes. Okay. Can you throw the microphone somewhere?
How far?
Yeah. Oh, there's a volunteer. There's a volunteer.
Okay, good.
Hi, good. Can you stand up? Then we can see you as well.
Hi, Lev from Israel. I think one of the important components to this question is to change the paradigm of authority. I think everybody here, or majority at least, we believe that the teacher, a school manager, is who have to manage and to give us directions. And I believe to be able to manage yourself, to get the freedom to take responsibility, you have to change, we have to change the perception of authority. But our responsibility and authority, first of all, is our and not outside.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's wonderful. If you're a volunteer, raise your hand. Also, just the microphone comes flying to you. Yeah, just throw it. Oh.
Okay.
That's good skills. Hello, good morning. What is needed to prepare people? Yeah, that's the microphone.
Hi.
Oh, you broke it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, well then, that concludes. We're also out of time, so that's a good moment.
Okay.
Commissioner, next year is what we hear from these people is they have a lot of expectations for education. It is we still need the old curriculum because we need to learn skills. We also need to learn to be ready for change. We need some behavior, and we need to change completely fundamentally the way we look at authority. Is this something education should all be doing, or are we asking too much of basically what used to be a school?
Well, first, I fully agree that to be innovative and open for change, you have to have some kind of a solid background. So we still have to learn a lot of things. It's not just saying as things are changing, there's nothing to know. No, in order to absorb new things, you have to have solid knowledge. That's first thing for school. Now, the question is, how is this knowledge transmitted? And I think there is the issue of authority, how the relationship between the teacher and the student or the pupil is organized. Well, I think there has to be some kind of authority. We are not in this without authority system. We have to have some authority because otherwise we do not have some structures which are needed.
Okay,
but
so
the relationship has obviously, in this new world, to change. And the teacher has a very different kind of role to play.
Then, Vanessa, what have people been saying so far about what they think?
Well, we are already watching it, and we will dig on these concepts later on because we are running out of time. But change the role of teachers, face-to-face, trusting possibilities, more Europe. And actually, Madame Sicurel, you are working on that. You are working on hard so that students mobilize, go from one country to the other. That's so important, actually, isn't it?
Do I answer? Or
No, yeah, we have to answer it.
Just one word. Just one word. There is a link between social mobility and physical mobility. So yes, European mobility is a key word. Thank you.
Wonderful. Yeah, we could talk because the debate is for hours more, but you have to go visit Technica. We have to go for a coffee break, and then after the break, we're going to dig more into the things we now touched upon.
Thank you.
Yeah, don't you smell like coffee? Coffee's waiting for you right outside at the other side of these doors. So, and then you will be able to do lots of networking because there are roller banners regarding all the different COVE centers around Europe.
Yeah.
And Rogier.
And we're going to see you back at 11:15, but not after. We give a big round of applause.
So thank you very much.
To our speakers of today.
Yep.
Our keynotes.
See you later for the sessions.
Thank you so much.
At 10:45, we will be back with Rogier and more debates and sessions. Thank you for listening, and thanks to you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I know you have a lot of networking and catching up and getting to know people to do, but we also have a lot more to discuss before you finally earned your lunch. And the lunch will be Basque, so it will be a lot of food. It will be very good food, but you have to earn it and sit through 3 more sessions first, because we touched upon some issues this morning that we are going to dig out a little bit further in this session. We have 3 sessions. First, we're going to talk about how we can, we're going to talk about the skills for the future. What are the skills that are needed for the future, and how do we make education skills for the future ready? Then we're going to talk about some examples of vocational excellence. What are their secrets, and are they willing to share their secrets and maybe allow you to steal them? And finally, we're going to have a debate in the audience when we're going to talk about the role for vocational excellence in the future. Because are there still vocational schools in 20 years, or is that a long-forgotten concept, like in the Netherlands, you had this school for girls where they could learn to cook. Now we think, oh, that was so bad in those days. Maybe in 20 years, that's how we think about VET, because VET is going to be outcompeted by new ways of learning, by new things we need. Or maybe there is just no more role for practically skilled labor in our societies. You're either a scientist or unemployed. Maybe that's our future. We're going to discuss that with you. Behind the table, we have a new person. Melanie, good morning. What do you do normally?
I work as a project manager, and I actually manage a COVI project.
Ah, very well. You are going to do our interaction app during this session. You are going to, well, give the new questions to the audience, but also make sure you get all the things from people here, but also if you're at home, the tool, the little window next to your video player, that is your way to interact with us here in the room. Melanie, what's the first question we want to know from the audience?
Yes, as an entry, we ask everyone...
Can we have it on screen, please?
The question is, what are the skills everyone needs for the future?
Yeah, so no matter if you are practically skilled, or if you're university schooled, if you're where you live, if you're North Europe, South Europe, whatever, a technical job, a non-technical job, what are all the skills everyone needs for the future? Well, you are trying to answer that. I'm going to ask our panelists for this session, Christine Langenbucher, Bolorma Tumuchor-Klok, Sarah Elson-Rogers, and Martin Humberg. Can I join you, please ask you to the stage? You get an applause. And if you're wondering why are they sitting this far apart, it has all to do with the big screen. If they come too close, the video gets weird. So you kind of, yeah, You're kind of far away from each other, but hopefully at the end of this session you will feel really close to each other. Yeah, we have invited 4 representatives of international organizations to give a little bit of an outside-in perspective on skills for the futures. So first of all, yeah, we'll ask you what are the skills we need for the future. Communication skills, soft skills, digital skills, resilience, cultural intelligence. Yeah, Melanie, what other things are coming in?
Yes, green skills is also very big. The words that we see in big here are being typed in the most often. We can also see more social skills, so teamwork, communication, learning to learn in general.
Yeah. Christine Langebroek, you're from the OECD, that's the Economic Cooperation of 38 industrialized countries. You're the head of the Employment and Skills Unit, and you work with governments in the OECD countries and beyond to deliver evidence-based and practical recommendations on how to implement employment and skills policies at the local level. What is, to you, is the skill everyone's going to need in the 21st century?
It's many skills, I think. I think looking at those, I can quite agree with them. I think for me it's digital, green, soft skills, transversal skills.
Okay, there are quite a few. How are we going to get there? I'm going to ask you later. Bolorma Tumujur-Chuklok, I hope I'm anywhere close to pronouncing it right. You're from the International Labour Organization. That's a UN organization setting international labor standards. And there you work on research and capacity building for skills for trade and economic diversification. What to you is the skill we're all going to need in the future?
Agility, resilience. I would like to also add, we really need the combination of the set of skills. It's not only the core skills. Core skills, the importance of core skills being highlighted because of all this transformation, challenge, all these things happening at the highest speed, right? But we also need technical skills, quality, relevant technical skills, the combination of skills.
You have them both. Very good. Sarah Rogers, you're from the UNIVOC, that's the TVET Center of UNESCO, and there you focus on themes of digitalization, greening, migration, and entrepreneurship. When you also focus on migration, that is going to require us, there will be much more migration in the future, and not only south to north, but crisscross the globe. Do we need a skill to be able to deal with that?
Good question. Let me see if I can come up with an adequate answer that also covers the main question. I think, as was already said by the ILO, adaptability. It's what comes up again and again in our consultations with our network is the learning to learn. And the transversal skills across different types of skills. So when we talk about digital skills and we talk about green skills, rarely are we adequately defining what those terms mean for different target groups, in different occupations, and in different curriculum.
Okay, so as long as it's just these nice, good-looking words in policy, then we cannot adapt to it. We have to define what we mean by it.
I would say we have to be more disaggregated about how we're using these terms.
Okay. Martin Hamburg, you're a sector economist at the European Investment Bank, and your job is to figure out if large investment in infrastructure have a positive financial and economic return on investment. So will we earn it back either directly or in the long term for our economies? Yeah, what is which skill has the highest return on investment?
I didn't expect that question, but citing from my earlier life as a researcher on the impact of skills on labor market outcomes, I always was a big fan of specific skills, and I don't want to swim against the stream, but it's really the very the specific skills of a profession, of a vocation that is most rewarded in the labor market. Of course, then I see these flexible adaptation, etc., skills as more as an insurance against change. so that you can move with the labor market. Sometimes you will need it, sometimes you won't need it, but I think a strong, specific skills base and then go with technological development to be good in your profession, that's also the way to go.
Wonderful. I might inquire a little bit more with you what skills I should do financially. We asked each of you also how can we get this going, because we kind of know what the skills we need. We need to define them properly perhaps, but we kind of know how can we get it. We all asked you to do one recommendation. Afterwards, I'm going to ask you in the audience to take these recommendations. You may choose which recommendations you would put your money on, or what you would work on. Christine, you said a common language to make them transferable. What do you mean by that?
Well, we already saw like many different skills now popping up, and I like this idea of having skills as an insurance, adaptability skills, so that there's a lot of talk of many different skills, and I think, when we talk about green skills, we all seem to agree that, that there is some green skills, there's some digital skills. But then again, if you dig deeper, if you talk to students, if you talk to employers, if you talk to training providers, actually everybody's talking a little bit of a different language. But then in the end, we need to make sure that the people who want to learn a new skill find the institution that teaches the skills, has in the end an employer that searches for these skills. So in that sense, why I think we need is like this common language that people speak in order to have the possibility to communicate what skills we have, what skills we seek.
Should it be in the same way as the emojis are done? There is a UN organization that defines what emojis there are and also makes sure that an icon on iPhone is not too much different from an icon on Android, because they used to have a pistol that the iPhone changed to a water pistol, and all of a sudden people on an Android thought, oh, I get a death threat. So there is a UN standardization of emojis. Do we kind of need the same for skills?
I think it's going in the same direction. I think the comparison I always like to draw is a bit like actually with the English language and like how we all communicate in English with each other. Even so, Sarah might say this is not quite English, this is more what some people call globish, because it's actually a relatively reduced number of words in comparison to the richness of the English language. But indeed, we need this kind of standard, and we need the possibility to also recognize these standards and give people the possibility to take them along, to have this idea of doing maybe a year somewhere else in Europe and then changing jobs from one employer to the next. So have the same language that we can take along.
Yeah, okay, very good. Bolorma, you said we need to have a forward-looking approach. What do you mean by that?
That's correct. We heard today morning, there are so much changing, and it's changing so fast. And our goal, especially like when you ask what skills we need for the future, everyone is saying, and it's changing also, right? So we really need to have a forward-looking approach. What I mean by that is that really having all the stakeholders at different level working together. Here also understanding the skills needs with the forward-looking through combination of strategic analysis with the social dialogue. If you have everyone on board, early stage at the understanding of the skills needs, and they will be working together to really address that.
But it's so hard to we can look forward 1 year, maybe 2 years, but no one's going to know what the future is going to bring.
This is again a process, as it was discussed, right? This is dynamic, continuous process. We really have to have this approach in our daily life. So because the target is moving, right? So we really have to have this forward-looking approach, and that's what the ILO is working with the stakeholders, with the member states, to really support them to have this foresight using different methods and really bring in the social partners and discussing together and having understanding what is coming and then preparing themselves.
If we just start to look in a glass bowl, we might have some predictions, but actually there are methodologies slightly more accurate than a glass bowl. Yeah. Sarah, you say we need mechanisms for new ideas in skill development. What do you mean by that?
I'm coming back to my theme of learning to learn. I think often we talk about our students and our trainees, that this is a skill that they need to learn, and I think it came up on the slide. But we have to ask whether our systems are able to learn and have the processes to learn. So echoing what you said, again, it's whether we have the ability not just to reflect what's going on in the labour market, but to be able to forecast. Can I give a specific example?
Yeah, that would be good.
So Univoc has a learning lab every 3 months, and we had one recently on the transition to clean hydrogen energy. And a survey was done in a region of Europe which will remain nameless, and a survey of enterprises. And the question was, do you know what skills you need to transition to hydrogen energy? And the answer was no, they didn't. So this is where forecasting comes in, and this is where a range of stakeholders, we can't just rely, I think in my email to you, I said we need to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. We need to be able to differentiate our target groups, differentiate the skills, differentiate the policy needs. We're asking VET to be the all-singing, all-dancing answer to industrial policy, labour market policy, social policy, education policy. It's a big ask.
Yeah. I have the idea of education, which is pretty static. There were still the teachers with the chalkboard. I have the feeling that in the last 5 years, it started to rapidly change and adapt. Are we starting to do well in being adaptive? And
I would say the TVET system is the part of the education system that's always had to be adaptable. Now, whether it's done it well is something else. I think, again, it comes down to trying to find an answer rather than trying to find multiple answers. And I think the opportunity of this idea of vocational excellence and the COVE initiative is we have to enable piloting of new ideas. We have to facilitate learning from things that don't work, maybe things that don't work in one place for one group of people, and we have to talk about it. We have to understand more about the dynamics.
Not only share our good practices, also share our bad practices. Yeah, that's very helpful. Martin, when you emailed me your suggestion, you already kind of apologized that it might be the obvious one, but it's the important one. We need financing for the good people and the good infrastructure to get this going. Why do we almost forget it?
We don't forget it, but it's a political decision. It's a decision of people, of the representatives and elected people who make budget decisions. So that's why, and all the words we saw on the screen, adaptability, employability, innovation, collaboration, all these things in practice, if you want to do them at the level of excellence, they cost money. They need investments, first of all, in staff. You have to train staff that does the forecasting. But the forecasting itself is useless if you cannot implement it, if you cannot then adjust your school or your facilities, etc., to the needs that you just figured out via forecasting.
But everyone who does basic economics knows this is a good investment. Whether you're a government or a company, investing in education means you're going to have more money in 5 years from now, or maybe 10.
Unfortunately, not in 5. Sometimes also not in 10. It's a long-term investment that apparently, and I'm looking forward to seeing the schools and the system tomorrow, the Basque country government did. They realized that it's an investment that pays off in the long term. But for that, it's often, all these words cost a bit of money, but altogether it's large investments. And then it's like, whoa, that's expensive. Let's pick 1 or 2 and invest in them. But that's exactly what doesn't work. You have to invest in everything at the same time, or it will not produce the level of excellence that you're actually targeting.
Okay, well, thank you so much for this. Well, we're going to ask you, if you had 100 euros or 100 hours to spend on this, where would you go for? Melanie, what are people putting their money so far?
Well, we can see in the Mentimeter that it's quite even, slightly with the financing for HR ahead, even before your elaboration, Martin. But we can say that we should invest in all these recommendations, basically.
Martin, if you only have the money and we don't have plans for it, it also doesn't work. And if you have plans with no money, it's also going nowhere. May I ask you, where would you put? Where would you invest in?
Hello. Maybe in the first two, financing for human resources, infrastructure, and equipment. We do not can train students in new technology if we do not have teachers and tutors able to provide the specific training. And then if we have a mechanism in order to collect the necessary skills for the labor market, we will be able to develop training programs for students.
Yeah, and you could much more precisely pinpoint where it should go. Okay, that's where you want. Throw the microphone to someone. Yeah, just randomly. Yeah. Hi, good morning. Oh, and can you stand up, please? And the cameras can see you much better.
Okay. I would also put resources in financing for HR, so that people can work on developing these ideas and we can deliver it in higher quality.
And would you put all the money in people or also in equipment?
Well, I think it has to be 50-50 because people can't work with proper equipment, but equipment won't work by itself either.
Yeah. Okay. Martin, some schools, I've heard they said, we're not even going to invest in equipment anymore because we're always behind. So we just send our students to companies, then they work with state-of-the-art technology, and they get to see the companies from the inside, and we can have better relations with companies. Is that a smart move?
I think it is, and there are concepts of shared equipment. If it's not worth for the particular center to acquire a machine that is very expensive and they know they only have 25 students a year, it doesn't. So I've seen approaches where actually one employer who has that technology then provides lets people use it. But many schools around the employer will then use it for some learning sessions. And that's a smart approach.
That could be a smart approach. Okay, well, can you get the microphone to someone else? And also, if you might choose from these four, but maybe you say, well, I have a completely different one that's also completely free. And if you are a volunteer, you may raise your hand, of course. You get extra lunch. Yeah, there's some volunteers. Yeah, hi, can you stand up, please? Yeah, can you stand? Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, for me, it's the first one, definitely. But to talk about the second one, mechanism, we are all co-hosts here. We are all trying to join forces between different stakeholders, and the interests are not definitely common. Or let's say that we can work together, but we have to find the mechanism of how to take our responsibilities. Because an SME, an enterprise, a school, and a local authority do have the same target, but the responsibility should be taken, each one of them.
Yeah.
And it's impossible. Who is responsible for forecasting, for example, what is the future in
You need to do that together. Do you also need to pay together? Should also companies pay more, or should they say, oh, that's a task for the government?
That's the point. It's not the task of the government, definitely not. But maybe trying to make the scenario so that all those stakeholders, which has different mindsets, can talk together, but definitely raise their hand and say, okay, observatory, or for example, a sector is mine.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we had a volunteer here. Yeah. There's a finger here. Can you get the microphone here? Ooh, extra lunch for you as well.
Maybe I am Agnivita Nyoto from Greece. Maybe I can reconsider my career. I'll search for something before. So I want to tell that I will invest. Please, can you show?
Oh, yeah. Can we get the results back on screen? Yeah.
maybe I will invest in the third, forward-looking approach. Let's give an example. I am holding vocational training in Greece, having to do with shoe industries. If the shoe industries in Greece, so it's a very particular example, but I think it has a meaning for all Europe. If they have the mind to look in the future, what will be the future of this industry, or maybe of another industry, okay, it will be applied this example in another industry. What will come from the competition, from the countries, from maybe they have been invested in skills and in management for their companies and new managers in order to overcome the difficulties.
Yeah. On the other hand, I once did with Peter. Where are you here? I did with one of you. I did an exercise where people had to look into the future, and they predicted a terrible future where people were not connected to each other anymore. I was like, aren't people, if they look to the future, do they have a tendency to be too negative?
No, the people have to be positive and also to invest in common languages and also to develop the cooperation. The countries have to cooperate between them and to introduce a common language.
Perfect. Okay, we have one more. So that was here.
Sorry. Can I just add here?
Yeah, sure.
Because you just said, what if your future doesn't look good there? But we have to shape the future ourselves. That's why we really need to work together, forward-looking approach, using all different methods, and really trying to understand what future we want to have for the sector. It has to be done it can be done at the high level, at national level, or at sector level. If it's a sector level with the key stakeholders, thinking about, well, how do we see the future of the sector and how each one of us going to contribute?
And preferably maybe have a slightly too pessimistic outlook and try to change it, then just close your eyes and wait for what is coming.
Sorry again.
Maybe it's better to be slightly pessimistic and try to change the future and shape it into a positive future, than just close your eyes, wait what's coming, then maybe it's less good.
No.
Okay, we're going to shape the future.
Yes.
Can I add something quickly as well to that point? Because I completely agree in that multi-method approach. This isn't a risk-free process. And I think we assume that all education and training is risk-free, and it's not.
Ooh, okay, very good. We have a comment here.
Yeah, hello, this is Victor from Romania. So I think that all the four are very important, and we need to find the mix, the perfect mix between all of them. But I think that the priority is making VET and skills more attractive for the young generation, because we cannot have quality VET with young people that made a compromise choosing VET for their education.
Mm-hmm.
So
okay,
there may be many solutions here on how to increase the attractiveness of VET.
What would be your number one?
Number one, skills competitions. You know, if you take the remote and you want to watch TV, you find several channels where you can watch football and tennis and other sport competitions, but you cannot find at least one where you can watch competitions about skills or I don't know, maybe about cooking, but other skills are somehow underground.
So instead of only the big British bake-off, we also need the big European car making, European hydrogen getting together.
And maybe it's a matter of common language, but not a common language only between VET stakeholders, but a common language at the society level where everybody is aware of skills, like almost everybody is aware of, I don't know, football players and football clubs and everything. It's a good thing, the sport. Of course, we need to be healthy. But
wonderful. Thank you so much. We have to close this session. I want to ask all of you, we need to do this. We need to have resources. We need to think about the future, but governments have difficulties financing today. And as a teacher, you're really tired at the end of the day when you have just done the work of today, let alone thinking about tomorrow. What would be your one advice for people to, while they're doing all the things of today, also make time to do these things for tomorrow? Martin.
If we do it, let's do it properly.
Okay, always let's do it properly. Okay, Christine?
not shy away doing it, and I think it's a task of everyone, and if everybody contributes, it's maybe also less for everyone to do it.
Okay, if you all do a bit, that's wonderful. Thank you, George. Bolorma.
Partnerships for new initiatives, partnerships working together. I think that's the only solution.
Why is that so effective?
Partnerships, because it's at different level. We are talking about between VET, or VET with employers, or with government at different level, for different occupations, for different challenges. So we always need to work together, and only then join forces and then address properly the way we would like to.
So we don't have to reinvent the wheel, but we can join resources. Wonderful. Sarah?
Just one, right? I would say all of those words that were up in the word map, I can't see this very well, but remember the impact of changes on skills on the TVET system. So digital skills and digitalization will have an impact on TVET delivery and on the system itself. So there are opportunities there. It's not all about the learner, it's about the system as well.
Thinking systems, not just learners. Wonderful. Thank you so much, and we hope that we may continue to profit from all the insights that you have in your various organizations. A big round of applause. Yeah, and please leave your microphones, and I'm going to ask to the stage Mathieu, Marietta, Nina Madeleine Feitz, Unai Ciarsolo, and Hakan Karamaner. Because we're going to, you already get applause. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, because in many places, people are doing fantastic work, and we want to know, what is the secret? How do you get from a nice policy idea to a really good excellence practice? We asked 4 people from 4 different sense of excellence to share your secrets. And then again, well, you as the audience, you may choose which of these secrets you would like to steal. And of course, at the end, we also want to know what your secrets are. Mathieu Mercieka, you're the head of mission of economy, education, and French at the Campus Métiers of the French Ministry of National Education and Youth. And the Campus Métiers, those are basically, well, I could say the national versions of COVIs. That is your national centers of excellence. You emailed us the secret to your to your success is involving stakeholders at the regional level.
Yeah.
Why is that such a key to success?
Well, in fact, everything as you said this morning, but we do believe, as it has been said, that VET had the power to transform regions and to sustain regional development. So this is why we developed the Campus des Métiers et des Qualifications, which is a hub for vocational excellence. We have 50 of excellence, 100, more than 100, and I will be more than happy to explain what it means.
Yeah, and what are the practical consequences of taking this regional approach?
Well, in fact, the practical one is you need to have the right governance, the right fundings, and to share a common vision with, for instance, our national recovery plan.
Yeah, okay. Do you also see very big differences between the regions?
Yeah, indeed. So every region must be different. So we have, even within the region is different with rural, urban, and so on. So we need to gather the right stakeholders. That is to say, of course, regional authorities. We need to have also the academic authorities with the rector and firms, enterprise. So with a specific governance, with specific fundings. For instance, if you want me to develop right now, I thought it was later, so I'm sorry. In fact, we have for France a recovery plan currently with 54 billions of euros. And within this plan, we are willing to develop specific skills in advance. So we have 2 billion dedicated for the skills of the future. So very linked with what I've been saying previously.
And so even though it's a national program,
yes, it's a national program.
It's very similar to
exactly, but the people who can apply are from the regions. So they need to create the right consortium, and arriving with a project to serve the national ambition. And therefore, we can finance. It could be in tourism, for instance, but it could be as well in industry, of course, even in some sectors as developing the new seabelts. And we try to implement this vision with very specific attention to what has been said previously, this social Europe.
Okay, yeah, so you bring people, stakeholders together and think what is a region good in or what should we be good at. Nina Madeleine Peitjof, the scientific coordinator of Innovet program from Germany, also a national program. You said our secret is new qualifications at NQF levels 5 to 7, keeping in mind the long-term transfer. You might have to explain a little bit what these NQF levels are and why they are so relevant.
Yeah, we are also a national program, such as Mathieu just told us, and it's a innovation competition. That's what it was when it started in 2019. And there are 17 different projects in this program, which are, that's the first important element, cooperating in very, for Germany, also very new kind of cooperation networks. So we have highly distinct vet providers working together, and they are especially developing and testing new qualifications, new further trainings at NQF levels 5 to 7. Especially the NQF level 5 is worked on because that's strongly underrepresented in Germany. It's a kind of bridge qualification. For example, the specialist professional in the field of digital transformation, or we have one project in the public transport sector. So that's one of the goals which we want to achieve with these new qualifications at NQF 5, to strengthen sectors. For example, the public sector, we have the chemical pharmaceutical sector, for example. And then we want to create equivalency between the academic and vocational system. And that's a good example. If we develop the NQF level 5, the bridge qualification further, and we keep in mind the long-term transfer. So I am part of a transfer group of experts, and we are investigating the transferability of these new qualifications, because transfer is a very complex topic and it's often shifted to the end of programs. And if we want to be successful, we have to also think about it in the start.
From the start. And you mean transfer between industries, between countries?
For example, the transfer between science and practice. Mm-hmm. So we have cooperation networks between the industry, companies, vocational colleges, universities, and we want to improve the transfer of knowledge and project results between these two systems.
Yeah. Okay, that's wonderful. Unai, you are the international project manager at Technica. Well, we're going to visit there, and we already heard a lot about it this morning. I picked from what you emailed, I picked two from it. One is the International Collaborative Learning Factories. I thought you're going to bring students from all Europe together. You looked at me like, that's so 1999. We do that, but then digitally.
Okay, first.
Yeah, it's on.
Yes. First of all, this is involved in LCAM, which is the code that Technica is coordinating. It's a learning-centric advanced manufacturing platform. And there, among other things, we are proposing an scenario to put students in high-tech places, working in advanced manufacturing. But at the same time, we want to collaborate between partners all around Europe. So the system we will implement will allow to work together without moving from one place to another, but having students working in same projects and problems and so on.
Why is it so important? Because most people who do vocational education, they go work somewhere in a local context. Why should they work together with students from around Europe?
If we have learned something in these years, is that network and collaboration is crucial. and the students will learn more and better if they learn together with other students somewhere else. It's why they move and all the mobility programs. So that we believe that in everyday learning programs, it should be included collaboration with students somewhere else.
On what level does it work? Is it better for your skills, better for your languages, better to be a nicer person? On what way do you see students change?
Better for everything.
Better for everything.
Culturally, languages, approaches about work, teamwork, yeah. A lot of.
Okay, another one that you said is one of our secrets is support small and medium enterprises from advanced manufacturing sectors. So the knowledge that you build, the experience you have, you share it with your ecosystem.
Yes, this is something that is also in our strategic agenda. It's, vet centers have enough knowledge also to work for companies and to try to solve real problems for companies, for SMEs normally. So there is a transfer of knowledge in two directions. So people from vet schools, they learn in companies, and at the same time we are able to support them, helping some problems and real life problems.
Yeah, and because I think traditionally, small and medium enterprises expect a vocational school to give them workers. That's a one-way communication, but now maybe they give their second-hand machines to the school. Now it's much more.
Yeah, that things have changed. So of course we provide students, but we want them to develop the competences that these students must have. We need to know the gaps that are between the new jobs, competences that are coming because of the digital transition and so on. So there is a communication. It's not only serving students, and second-hand machines are there, but we also have machines that we can let them to use because in some cases we can also share our equipment with companies.
And for them it's going pretty fast. Okay, Hakan, you're from the Javola Vocational School. You're a marine trainer and lecturer. Your school does only marine things.
Hello everybody. Being there is really nice, and sharing the also experience with everybody. The school which I am the founder is named Altınova Vocational School, and the school founded for to be a vocational excellence center, the seed of the excellence center. And the main idea was find a solution for the real world problems.
Yes, and one of the things you do is you say, well, we are thematically focused. We have a very specific niche what we focus on, and that makes us excellent.
Sure, we are focused on shipyard industry to find a solution for shipyard industry, and that's giving us focused and targeted for real problem. The real problems was for both sides, for the students and for the shipyard industry. The shipyard industry want to labor to be work, and the students want to be for future to want to get a good jobs. That's why we put a job guarantee.
Yeah, that's the other secret that you have.
This is the secret, because mainly the youngs has a phrase for the future. We want to find a solution, real solution. And also the other side, the shipyard industry want the laborers to work. We just create an environmental for them.
But how do you do that job guarantee? When you have deals with shipyards, that you say, if we have a student for you, but you have to give them a job when they're done.
Sure. Also,
and are they happy with that?
They are also our partner in education. They send us some managers to give lessons at school, also on shipyards. They are our lecturers, teachers, and they give us also workshops. They are the part of education, and they are the part of labor market, both one. This is also secret.
What does knowing I will have a job when I join your school? How does it change the mind of students? What does it do?
Because shipyard industry is a heavy industries, and mainly the youngs didn't work in heavy industries. And we try to change their pre-ideas about the shipyard industries. We meet them, we made some collaborations with both sides and some meetings, and then they change their ideas because when they touch the industry, they feel much safer.
And they start to know. Okay, wonderful. Well, we're going to ask you which of these secrets you'd like to steal. So can we see them back on screen? So it's involving the stakeholders in your region and create a regional ecosystem. Is it focusing on this long-term transfer? Is it the international collaborative learning factory where students learn together with international students virtually? Support small, medium enterprises, the job guarantee, or be a thematic mission-focused school. Pick a niche and be excellent in that instead of trying to do everything a little bit. Where's the microphone? Hi, which secret would you like to steal?
The middle one.
The middle one, the International Collaborative Learning Factory. Yeah, why is that so good?
I do think that...
Can you stand up, please, then we can see you.
I do think that learning from others can shortcut your evolution.
Ah, wonderful. Can you throw the microphone behind you? Is learning internationally? Oh, yeah. Hi, can you stand up, please? Where did the microphone go? Hi, yeah, can you stand up, please? People are passing it now like it's a really hot thing, yeah.
Hello.
Hi, good morning.
I agree with him, and I think International Collaborative Learning Factory is main target for everyone. Try to share experiences and to learn about others.
Yeah, okay. I saw behind you there's a volunteer. Can you stand up, please? Yeah.
Hi. So I think that the secret around the collaborative FORUM is a really good idea, but I think it could be expanded even more because I am a representative of the Danish students in vocational schools, and our main issue is that we just don't have enough companies to take our apprentices because in Denmark everything is so localized that, wait, there's like one business that is inside this field and we just have no one to take. So if we could actually expand it and have it so that we could increase the physical mobility of vocational students inside Europe so that we could send apprentices all around our continent, that would be even more excellent. But I think having these digital workspaces is a great start.
Yeah, okay, would be a great start. Would you be willing to work in Turkey?
Well, I'm not an Asian vocational student, but I'm a representative of the organization. But I've met that many of the vocational students of Denmark would love to go to Turkey and see what they have there if they work inside the maritime sector or any other kind of heavy industry that needs work.
Definitely better food and better weather. Hakan, is there, can you take some students from Denmark?
Yeah, we want to, and the next step, we want to be an international school also. And our gate is open. Every student may come, and we will make this habitat for the students for the future. We are working for this because the school is a new school, just 2.5 years, 3 years, and it will be for the Europe, for the world on the future, for shipyard industry.
Okay, but,
exactly.
I'm a young person from Turkey. I come to your school with a job guarantee. How is my study going to be better, or how am I going to be a better worker if I have a fellow student from Denmark and work together with them?
Yeah, this school is a governmental school, has some procedures to do that, but we accept from the international
But is it also going to benefit the students already have, if they have other people around? Are they going to be helped with that?
We are helping to them. Also, we are working with the local authorities to find a solution for the students. because every institution has a different legislation. That's why we keep it maximum partners for this.
Yeah. Are Danish students welcome in the regions in France?
Yeah, sure. This is part of the specification we gave to excellence, a collaboration, of course, but also the ability to connect with the best practices and to accept mobilities. So, as it has been said this morning, it's very important to implement this social Europe. So we are willing to do so, but we are willing also to develop more strategic partnership. That is to say, the beginning is student mobility, then you should move on to another project, like we did with UNAI, for instance, with ELCAM project, where there is one of the campus, Les Métiers des Qualifications, one of the French hubs, which is partner.
But on the other hand, the French are known to be quite particular about their traditions. Are you going to accept a Turkish or Danish student to make your croissants or your cheeses or your citroëns?
That's a very good question. I guess I will be more than happy when I travel abroad to find the right croissant like I like. And I was very pleased to find some very good pastries during the coffee break. So I think we already export part of our excellence, which is not only about, of course, pastries, but also about mechanical parts. And for instance, what we make for helicopters or for planes, which are, of course, important part of our industry.
Yeah, we see the least chosen one is maybe the most controversial one. Hakan is your one, the one of specialization, because a lot of people are saying specialization, specialization. 100 years ago, you learned a profession and you did that for the rest of your life. Now you will be in the shipyard industry for a few years, then you move to making hydrogen plants, then you move to the moon, and then so we're not going to specialize. We need broadly educated people like we have in universities that can easily hop, go from job to job. So is specialization, is that still a good idea, Unai?
Of course it is, and it's necessary, because the standard curriculums covers part of skills that are needed in industry. And more we see that in industry they need very specific things in certain topics. So it's how programs for specializations are, at least here, are being implemented in order to give an answer to this need. But besides that, it's also important that people don't know when they will end their careers. So of course, lifelong learning is crucial. So they need to go finding their paths. And for me, the micro-credentials concept is something also very useful.
So being ready for a general life of lifelong learning and maybe like a river go through life, and specialization are not each other's opposites. They can actually reinforce each other.
Yeah, of course. People is specializing in as they are doing their careers. So they move from one place to another, specializing in different things.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then we already touched on this, and it's also a question to the audience. Melanie, what's the next question you want to know from the audience?
Yes, the next question is on whether skills should be adapted to local needs or whether skills should be universal. And based on your previous answer, what you do, we can see your different votings here.
Yeah, so what do you think skills should be? You could say, well, they're adapted to local needs. Cheese in Denmark is completely different from France. It's completely different from the Basque region. Or you say skills are universal. People will be universal. Jobs go across the world. Ooh, this is interesting. And also, I don't see a statistical relevant difference between the different groups in the audience. Yeah, and I wasn't really good at statistics anyway. Okay, so we see. Okay, so there's a slight preference for adapted to local needs. Nina, do you recognize this?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, it's on.
As I said before, for example, with regard to the strengthening of specific sectors, that's local needs. For example, we have the public transport sector. We have the whole topic of digital transformation. In our case, for example, jobs like mechanical engineers, also commercial clerks. And if we demand flexibility from people, we also have to offer them flexible options. So for example, I would suggest structuring that more according to career development paths, so to show people what they can achieve by which specialization, for example, and also offer them the chance to use like modular trainings, for example.
In specific regions, specific skills are more needed than in other, but do you need different skills to build a Mercedes than to build a Fiat?
No.
Those are kind of, and are there skills, Mathieu, would you say, are there skills that have a very local, couleur locale, very specialized on a region, or is it more general?
Well, in fact, you know, in France we have the boss position because we have I'm from the National Ministry of Education, so we have national curricula. And at the same time, I'm working for the Campus des Métiers et des Qualifications, Hub for Vocational Excellence, which are very regional initiatives. And I do believe that local needs are what can be the beginning of the story. Because in fact, we do know that we need some ecosystem of skills. It's not only, you don't need to have only one good VT school, but you need to have a good university, you need to have good laboratories, and you need to have them to work together in a territory. That is to say, maybe when you go to some specific part of France, you will find some local adaptation to specific needs, but linked to an industry. For instance, we are building helicopters close to Marseille, and there we will adapt all the diploma for the employability of young people. Otherwise, if you do not have the right competencies, the right skills, you will never find a job in this area.
Okay, yeah, so here the skills are kind of general, but what skills we teach really depends on the regional needs and needs to be intertwined. Okay, well then we have one last question to you, also in the audience. Melanie, what do we want to know?
This is an open question for you. It is, what is your secret that we can all benefit from?
Yeah, well, so where's the microphone? Can you throw the microphone, yeah, can you throw it somewhere? Maybe, careful, no! Double points for you. Hello, yeah, you hit the person over here. Hi, good morning, can you stand up, please? Yeah, what is your secret that we can learn from?
Well, I'm not sure you want to learn my secret, but okay. Well, I would say that what I didn't see today, and I think something that we would need to mention, is that all this, to be able to be translated and to be able to be part of the workforce, we heavily rely on professional educators, and we can say anything about that. So my secret is that I really love to also pay attention to this part of that game.
Okay. Well, that's a secret we're definitely going to steal from you as well. Can you throw it, the microphone further away that way? Hi. Yeah, if you point to someone else, then you have to say it. Yeah. Yeah, you have been appointed a volunteer. Hi, can you stand up for us, please? What is your secret you would like to share?
Well, I think that everything that has been said is really relevant, but I would like to stress that we should keep in our mind and we should remind that we are doing all of this for the individual. So part of this transformation and all this innovation and all of that, we should focus a lot, we should focus on the individual. In the learners, but also, as the lady was mentioning before, in the educators and in the individuals more than in the budget that we are spending or where we are putting the money or what is going to be the skills that are needed in the future, because the future is changing.
And how do you do that? How do you adapt to individual needs?
Well, I think we need to make this governance a bit more light and have it more clear and gather on the same table those actors that are quickly to anticipate what is needed and that we have the process and the system in place. So when there is a need, we can quickly go. Okay.
Well, I'm going to give you a personal example. I was diagnosed with ADHD when I was in university. So I proposed that instead of writing a thesis, I would do a verbal exam because I just can't write a thesis. That was impossible. No, the system demands it, and no, if you write the thesis and someone else someone writes the thesis, you dance at your exam, how can we compare it? Then you're not standardized in a system. No, that's not possible.
But that was the university that you and me, because we are of another generation, no. But we have a new generation coming up, and they are different to us. So we need to think about them.
But we also talk about...
Can I pass the microphone? Becoming a bit of a monologue.
Okay, you can pass it behind you. Behind you there's a behind you there's a volunteer. Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
You have to keep it a little bit closer.
Yes, I represent Opinion Skills, an organization which promotes competitiveness and educational skills. And I think I have one word for this: readiness for change. Readiness to change. Everyone, institutions, policymakers, individuals, and everyone. And definitely more focus on youth. What does the youth want? And to connect it to the previous session also, how can we find from them what is the common language? What do they need and what do they miss and how they plan their future? I think we should listen to the young people a bit more.
Yeah, but young people don't know what they want. They first have to learn.
This is what we always think. But I agree with the lady before me. We need to listen to them more.
Okay, well, that's a very good... We might have to discuss a little bit more how we're going to do it, but that sounds like a very good idea. We have a volunteer over there. Can you get the microphone there? Wow. Ah, very good. Yeah, see, with some collaboration we get there.
Hello. Now that you are talking about young people, I take the word, take the floor. And I think that the secret that should be used and we can all benefit from is an holistic approach. Something about involving everyone, involving the business world, the universities, the associations, the regions, the technical schools. I think that we have to rethink the way decisions are made. We have to have different institutions that change the decisions into a more democratic way, and I think that that's something that we can all learn about. Make the students participate in their own teaching process, change the democratic decisions, stop with the hierarchic decisions on education. So that's what I think.
Wonderful. And not just like these student parliaments, but really every student individually responsible also for their own process and be involved in that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's a big change, but very much needed. Thank you so much. Yeah, Melanie, what kind of things is the audience saying? Also, maybe the people who are joining us at home, sending through our interaction app.
Many thanks for your great input here. So I have to say there's a lot of comments about social skills, so people, communication, co-creation, flexibility, to stay positive, to make friends, to collaborate. So all kind of these things. Then I read that someone wrote, think globally, act locally. That's of course a good slogan. There was also a big topic, the permeability. So for example, to switch between academia and the vet sector, and of course to work closely with companies and to understand their needs. One thing that surprised me was someone wrote illusion, so I would be interested to hear more about this kind of secret.
How illusion makes you excellent. Well, we're gonna give you all a copy of this, and it's no longer a secret because someone also wrote we have to share it, not keep it for ourselves. Secrets are there to share. Thank you so much for this session. A big round of applause to our speakers, and good luck with your secrets. And I hope they won't stay secrets for a long time. Yeah, and we're going to go to the last session before you finally earned your lunch. We're going to talk about the future of vocational excellence. We're going to do a little bit of future forecasting, as we just learned is so important. We're going to look 20 years into the future. May I get another chair on stage, and also Theodor Grassos, Laurens Gates, Juan Carlos Morales, Uliana Musikina, and Georgios Zizimos. And you get applause even before you did something. Yeah, go take a chair. I mean, hopefully, magically, a fifth chair. You're going to speak in Spanish. Perfect. We have translation. Yeah. Hopefully, a. Yeah. No. You're a young person. We're going to grab a chair for you. We don't want to reinforce stereotypes. See, with a little bit of collaboration, we can all sit. Yeah, and I'm going to get you a little bit closer here, and we might need to get a microphone here. Yeah, there's a microphone coming. Okay, so we're almost, we have 3 dilemmas that we formulated we want to discuss with the audience and hear your reactions on as well. Before we get there, I'm going to ask you in 3 sentences to say what's your organization and why is it important, the work that you do. Theodor Grassos, may I ask you? Theodor, may I ask
that's
you first?
me. I'm the Secretary General of the European Association of Institutes for VET. We try to bring the voice of Europe to our members, which means at the grassroots level to VET providers of any number of teachers and so on. And we also consult with the European Union and with organizations within and outside of the European Union for the trends in VET in order to redesign curricula and the VET system as a whole.
Wonderful. Juliana Musakina, you're from the representative of the European Apprentices Network.
Yeah.
What do you do?
That's me. So hi, I'm Juliana. I go by any pronouns. And so yes, I am a representative of European Apprentice Network. And in the European Apprentice Network, I represent the Finnish National Union of Vocational Students. So in EAN, or the European Apprentice Network, we represent apprenticeship and vocational students in practice. And our goal is to firstly break the stigma around apprenticeship and vocational education, because unfortunately in many places in the world it's still viewed as a second-grade education. So and our goal is to bring the apprentices and vocational education students' voices up, so they are included in the decision making, and that the people view the vocational education and apprenticeship as for what it is. So a great way to gain skills and to go to the labor market and to gain a profession.
Yeah, okay. Juan Carlos, you're from the Unión General de Trabajadores de España. What do you do?
Sí, buenos días.
Good morning. I represent the UGT. UGT is a trade union very representative here in Spain. I represent the European Confederation of Trade Unions, the ETUC. So I can give you a national view from the Spanish trade union and also a more European view. As a trade union confederation with a long-standing history with institutional participation, social dialogue and collective bargaining in our countries. And I'm also a very active member at a European level and also internationally in defining the European vocational training education policies.
Not the most biggest advocate for change. They like to keep things the way it was, and they are for the interest of people who are already working, not for the future.
Sí. Bueno, lo que se ha hablado aquí.
Yes, I've heard that. This morning we've heard people talk about the importance of skills, and this is something which, of course, trade unions are concerned about. And as representatives of workers, we're of course interested in guaranteeing that workers have the right to receive training. I think that's key for the future, independently of whether we're talking about a technological or digital transition. And there is very interesting the words of Commissioner Schmidt when he spoke about the context where we find ourselves in the Basque Country, which suffered, especially the Cantabrian coast, the 1980s processes of industrial reconversion. That was terrible. This is an example where training funds became a lever to transform. As time has gone past, we've seen how this community, this region has not only changed, but also a part of the rest of the country because of the importances of training policies and education policies being used as levers.
That world. Lawrence Gates, you're from World Skills Europe. What do you do?
Yes, hello everyone. Well, I do something that was actually mentioned earlier because there is such a thing as skills competitions. There's an international competition happening every other year. And there is a European competition called Euroskills happening in the year in between. So think Olympics, but instead of sports, you put skills. At European level, we currently have 32 member countries, so each country will select a team, bring them along. At international level, there's 60 skills to compete in, and at European level, at the moment, it's about 40.
Okay.
So
And when will you be more popular than the Olympic Games?
that's the question we would like to have answered as well. Our joke is always that the media is not interested in good news, and that's why we're not featured as often as an Olympic team. But at national level, there is a lot of recognition for the teams because we don't just test their skill, we test how excellent they are at what they do. So our level's really high.
I never understood why people would watch 22 people running after a ball, but I would watch a mechanic build something fantastic. Yeah, I would definitely do that. Giorgio Sissimos, you're the head of unit of the European Training Foundation, ETF. Also, you have your own session tomorrow. What do you do?
Thank you. So I work at ETF, the European Training Foundation. We're based in Turin. We work in the area of human capital development. We work with countries outside the EU. Some of them are here today, and I thank them for their time. And we work in the area of skills development, of skills, vocational education training in general.
Okay, wonderful. We have three difficult dilemmas that we want to ask to you. Already the first one is on the screen. For the people at home, you vote with the voting thing next to your video player. For the people here in the room, you're going to vote with your feet. So, Melanie, what is the first motion we're going to put forward to the audience?
So in 20 years from now, the VET will collapse as most people are pushed to universities.
Yes, so if you believe this, then there will be not much room for practically trained people anymore. You either go to university because all the jobs demand that, and there's still a big stigma. If you believe that, you go to this side of the room. If you believe that is not true, and in 20 years we still have VAT will be flourishing, you go stand on this side of the room. So get up and pick a side in the room. If you agree with the motion, in 20 years VAT will be lost to universities, stand on this side of the room. If you are, well, optimist or pessimist, depends how you see it. In 20 years we still have that, go to this side of the room. Ooh, and it's a bit like the Serengeti, everybody is migrating that way, yeah. And while we in the audience already start debating this, for the people at home, we're going to ask you a follow-up question. You're already going to start it. We're not going to show it here yet. That's just for the people at home. Okay, where's the microphone? Here, oh, we lost the microphone. So where?
You see it there in the back.
Okay. Shh. Hello, you have the microphone. Yeah, give it to someone. Give someone next to you. Yeah, just forcefully give it. Yeah, it's like we don't do volunteers. Oh, you want to say it? Yeah. Oh, there it comes. Yeah, can you pick it up? Okay, you are on this side. You believe in 20 years there still be a flourishing vet.
Yeah, I definitely believe in this. Although I'm from a university, I'm a university professor, and I'm the director of Lifelong Learning Center at Turkey. But I believe that we need vet schools.
Yeah, we need it, but also are we also going to have them?
And yeah, we will.
Okay, then
more modular programs. And
maybe more modular, but they will still exist. Okay, I'm going to go find people who moved more to this side. You are just here because there's no more room over there, or you're here because you are more critical. You're the most person. Oh, only you are more on this. Yeah, I'm going to start with you then. In 20 years, will we still have VAT schools? You say no.
Who knows? No, who knows? I think.
But
no.
So, will we? Now we have about in the Netherlands at least 50% of the students go to vocational training, 10% to universities, more or less. Will that shift much more towards universities?
In Spain, it happened years ago. Almost all the people went to the university because the reputation of vocational training was not very good. But now the trend is the opposite. No? And we know many cases of university degree people that are finding a job because they later performing a vocational training. So
Okay, so that it might even, yeah, okay, so who might agree that maybe in 20 years we will have much less VET and much more university students?
But if we don't do something, yes. Like, I mean, I think in the early 2000s, the European Union, but also several national governments set targets for higher education, 50% or something. And we see now that like this development into a service economy has not entirely become true. And we still need a lot of vocational students. And I think we should have this paradigm shift to prevent this academic drift from happening, because we should aim for higher skills, of course, but we should also aim for vocational skills.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so we did some future forecasting. We thought, oh, we only need university students. We pushed everybody to university, and then we turned out to be wrong. Okay, I'm going to give the microphone here. Oh, sorry. No lunch for me. Yeah. Hi.
Do you want it? You want it. No?
The previous speaker said, if we don't act, this will be reality. We need to change the perception of people and say we need vocational trainings, that's what we need, else people will go to universities. Are you afraid of that also?
Slightly, but not that much. I am from Italy, and we see now that our tertiary education systems, ITS, we call them, are being very successful, very pushed. So we see already the tide changing. Maybe universities should have more diplomas that sort of bridge, as some speakers said, the gap. We don't have to have one thing or another. We have to combine.
Yeah. Okay, wonderful. Then I would also be thinking, right now we have a lot of manual labor. That's slowly going to be replaced. If I used to work in the harbor, I'm from Rotterdam, we're a harbor city. 100 years ago, I could show up with no education. I would just have to carry heavy stuff. Now I need to have a vocational education because it's a lot of machines. In 20 years' time, all the machines will be robots. There's only a job for the people who know and can program the robots and learn it at university. The other people will all be unemployed. That is what I would think. No? Oh, you say, oh, sorry, that's again. Oh, you almost fixed your glasses. Sorry, the man behind you. You were saying no, you're wrong.
No, that's rubbish. Because if the robot gets stuck, you have to take the spanner.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, more people who say that I'm too pessimistic about the future of manual labor.
First of all, I want to say that there is no contradiction, and we shouldn't contradict and think VT as inferior to higher education, because there is fundamental higher education, there are arts, but there is applied higher education, and there is no contradiction between both. And if the robot is, the engineer will design the robot and fabricate it. Some technical should help.
Okay. So the future is not
and
that.
What about maintenance? Sorry. What about maintenance? I'm a teacher. I can speak without microphone.
Yeah, you have to speak with a microphone for the people at home. Yeah. Okay. So the world is not that black and white, either manual labor or university labor. There's a lot in between, and we need.
Even at my technical university of Sofia, we have 3 VAT schools.
Okay. So
this is collaboration, and it will never disappear.
It will never disappear even. Melanie, we asked people at home a follow-up question. What was the question and what did people answer?
Yes, the question was, how can VET stay relevant when robots will do the manual work? And, well, similar as to the discussion here, people online are also saying that, well, people will still be needed. Someone has to program the robots and someone has to maintain them. And there will be new jobs. Someone wrote that we have 20 years to think about that, so don't worry about it now. And what I also wanted to point out, people at home have voted, or people online have voted that 16 people say yes, vet will collapse in some kind of way. So that's a bit more than we see here in the room.
Pessimists stayed home, yeah.
Yes, people are more brave, maybe.
Okay, can we move to the next motion?
Yes.
So that's 2 slides away, yeah.
So the question is, commercial or non-commercial online schools, training platforms will outcompete VET.
Yeah, so we have Coursera, we have Google training platforms. Why do we still need a VET school if one of these, or maybe Facebook's metaverse, you can go to a virtual school there, they will outcompete VET schools. If you believe that's true, stand on that side of the room. If you think, no, they will all disappear and VET will prevail, stand on this side. If you are somewhere in the middle, you can also stay somewhere in the middle. If you say, yeah, they will compete with VAT schools, but they won't completely take us down, or here you say, well, there will be a few left. Ooh, we see a slight migration this side. Where's the microphone? Yeah, let's start to the other side. Yeah, we have volunteers here. Hello, who are you?
I'm Claire from France. So I think that physical VET will remain because, first of all, people need to meet physically, and face-to-face meetings, face-to-face learning is really more effective than only online meetings. And what we have in VET is that we have workshops. So we have equipment, we have the latest equipment, the suitable tools, and when people come in our VET center, they are sure to find the suitable equipment. If they are only at home, only online, it's not the same.
But that's today, that's not tomorrow. If I get my virtual reality glasses and I can see the tools, I can feel the tools, it's the same as in the real world.
No, it's not the same. And we are here today to meet, because meeting, talking to each other, it's the main way to learn from each other and to share good practices.
And not a metaverse can tip to it. Yeah, you get applause for that.
Sorry, just one other comment. It's just because that is not only professional skills. It's also foundational skills. It's also transversal skills. So when you get off your glasses for virtual reality, you need to stay with people. It's not just that you have to learn something and that's it. That is something more, I think.
Okay, that's something more. Yeah, if you only maybe the skills you can do, but also these other things that education is also, no metaverse can do that. Yeah, can you, oh, we have all the volunteers are at the front. If you're at the back, raise your hand, we get a microphone to you.
Yeah, just to add on what the colleagues have said, I think we should see it as a mean for the quality VET and for the competitive VET, TVET provision. Because we talked a lot about the flexibility, we talked about the creativity. So that's a good solution to be more flexible and to use the technology and online learning as one of the means and opportunities and tools to achieve the TVET goal. But of course, we should not be afraid of disappearance.
Don't see it as competition, see it as a tool, then it's a lot more positive. Yeah, can you have the microphone here? Because we have someone very lonely standing on this side.
But I think the gentleman will...
Yeah, I'm coming to them. I'm coming to you soon. First, can I get a microphone here? Because you are the most Coursera-loving person.
Hi. Well, I think it's happened already. I know probably as everybody, online courses for programming, for marketing, for different, as I understand, vocabulary tools or skills that we can touch already online. And people, for example, in some peripheral regions who don't have some good options of physical institutes can do it. No.
And should... yeah?
But my main idea also about previous question, I don't think we have, I think both systems, universals and vocabulary, have to get some integration. I don't think it have to be competitive, but I think both things have to be together and to get some changes.
Okay, we'll be together. There's someone wants to say here.
What I wanted to say is that...
we keep it a bit closer.
What I wanted to say is that schools, institutes or colleges, even the kindergartens, should forget the word satisfaction. I mean, if you reach something, it doesn't mean that it's over. You must increase what you are doing as much as possible, even more than that, because otherwise you will not make a goal. I mean, if you have implemented something, you have increased the knowledge in that something, that means that there are some other items that has to be implemented and increased in the school, in the kindergarten, university, or the college, never mind which side of
and always
education.
Incorporate all these things. Yeah. Okay. I'm wondering. Yeah. Let's do the last motion, and then you can sit again, and then I'm going to ask you your conclusions. Melanie, while we were discussing this, we asked people at home also a question. What did they say?
Yes, so first of all, we asked them the same question, and also here, most of them say, well, no, that schools will not be outcompeted. But again, we have 10 people who say, yeah, there might be some changes.
Yeah.
And then we asked more specifically, so how can VET compete and make use and learn from digital learning platforms? And well, there are many saying that soft skills, cooperation and collaboration is, of course, learned better face-to-face. And many say that it's actually no contradiction, that they should learn from each other, and that digital learning, for example, should be integrated in VET schools, and blended learning should be offered.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so we're all going to incorporate. The last motion we're going to do, which is?
So, the incremental improvements at COVIS are enough to meet the challenges.
Yeah, so if you believe that the way we work in COVIS, this is going to help us be ready in time for the green and digital future and all the challenges we discussed this morning, stand against that wall. If you think, no, we need revolution, let's ditch all the schools we have, start with a clean sheet of paper and build education from scratch, stand against that wall. And if you're somewhere in the middle, feel free to stand somewhere more in the middle. So do you say, yes, we're moving fast enough, we're changing, go stand on that side. If you say we're much too slow, we need to start from scratch, stand on that side. Let's see if people are moving. Oh yeah, there's migration coming now. The revolution is not very popular in this room. Ooh, maybe we should not have given the option of going to the middle, because all these people are so nuanced, they all go clutter in the middle now. That side is yes, we're going fast enough. That side is no, we need radical change, revolution. We're going to do it completely different. We're going to start from scratch. Okay, here some people went to this side. Yeah, you moved to this side. You said, yes, we are on a relatively good tempo.
Yeah, I think I'm in the middle, in fact. I think we should not go too fast anyway.
No, oh, why not too fast?
We should not go too fast because people need time to adapt.
Ah, okay. So also, yeah, we can't change the school tomorrow because then teachers need to be adapt to it, etc. Okay. So also be in mind not being too fast. Okay. Can I ask you? Are we adapting fast enough?
I think that COVES are the first ones in the first front, but we can't forget that there are majority of schools still outside the COVES, so we are changing, but not only COVES can make the change.
And is changing a little bit, like gradually improving, good enough, or should we much more radically rethink education, skills, the labor market, our societies?
I think that the movement would be gradual and should be also. And what is the most important is that we really need to listen to the needs from the companies, to collaborate and respect each other so that the fertilization would be mutual.
Okay. Revolution is overrated. May I ask you, is the way we change now going fast enough and adaptive enough?
No,
you have to, yeah.
Yeah, my name is Koos de Vries from the Netherlands. Van Hal Ladenstein, the University of Applied Science. I think we really need to go a bit faster, but I also would like to emphasize that we are continuously working on the process. we did already a lot of good things, and it's continuously in our program. So I'm rather positive on that.
Rather positive. Okay, well then I go to the revolutionary side of the room. Here are the revolution. Yeah, you're a revolutionary. Oh, yeah, I'm not gonna. We need a revolution.
Yes. So the reason that we need some radical change is that we are already facing a really terrible scenario in Denmark, at least. Enrollment on vocational schools has fallen 17% in the last year because there's a big issue with people can't find apprenticeships. People can't find jobs that they find interesting. People stigmatize vocational schools as a whole, seeing them as weird and not as cool as other types of high schools, which is really problematic that we are facing such a massive labor shortage as of now, but we are seemingly doing very little about it.
Okay, much more urgency, much more radical changes. Okay, can you throw the microphone carefully behind you? Yeah? Are you ready for the revolution?
Yes, I'm for a revolution. Completely change. You have to have 2 points, like first look at the industry, what jobs do you need in the future? And then look at the students, how they can be motivated, what their drive is, what they want to do, and then match the two together. So it's more like a kind of personal school for every student to get in their own drive and motivation. I'm also thinking about the 8 million people in the morning they told that they have no job and no drive. So I think that's very important.
Are the educational institutes that we have, are they capable of making such a radical change, or should we just forget them and start from scratch?
No, I think you have to completely change it, because there's just like basic education for everybody.
Okay,
so,
we're gonna relegate.
Change.
Okay, we take one last comment from the floor.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi. The revolution.
Yes, I'm also in the revolution side because most of the people are from educational sector, but we are trying to produce some workforce for the industry. So we have to change the industry first, because the vocational education, the perception of vocational education in the families is not good, not in Turkey, also not in Europe as well as I know. So if you want to change the perception first towards the vocational education, we have to change the industrial side so that they can find good jobs in good circumstances, good conditions, so that we can change the vocational education accordingly.
We're going for revolution. Okay, if you want to sit, we need 5 more minutes, then it's time for lunch. So in the meantime, feel free to take a seat. I'm going to ask some conclusions to you. In 20 years from now, are you on that side, we still have a vet sector, or do you think, no, we want, or at least it should have changed fundamentally?
Yeah, I don't think the divide is so clear as it was presented in the questions. I don't think it's a yes or no. I think there's a lot of space between those two. There are quite a few studies ongoing. CEDEFOP is working on a study on the future of vet, for example, for some years now. And one thing they say is that the boundaries between higher education and vet, they are not so clear anymore. And obviously vet is going into higher vet and higher education, and also higher education is giving degrees that they are more technical than they used to be before. So I think there is a lot of space in between the yes and no. Okay. On the point on excellence, and are we going so fast or slow, or we need a radical change? Again, I think we have to decide who's pushing us to change, yeah? And what is the driving force? And that's important in the discussion. What we say in ETF is that we need to learn from the Centers of Vocational Excellence. So we're not arguing for more Centers of Excellence, we're arguing for transmission of excellence. So we're not just going for a good Center of Excellence, but we're aiming for an excellent vet system. And I think that transmission is important.
Yeah, that we learn. Lawrence, do we have vet in 20 years?
Oh, definitely. I mean, I'm a lucky girl because I actually get to work with the young people that come out of the system. And I think that what we actually need to do is ask our young people, they're incredibly resilient, they're incredibly motivated, they're incredibly worried about the state of affairs, as we heard. And I think we will have that. We will have a blend also of online learning. Again, ask a young person, how confident do they feel if they want to learn the skill of doing it all online? I think they themselves will tell you, I don't know what I'm doing. So I think there's this thing of us listening to the next generation. I'm getting old as well, so that's why I'm saying it. But there will be VET because we need it. There will be excellence in VET as well, because excellence in VET is actually the best way of showing parents and society how much we actually need VET and skills. We just had the COVID crisis. I think that was also a bit of an eye-opener for everyone, because how would we have kept going if it hadn't been for skills? If it hadn't been for skills people, how would we have managed to go through our lockdowns and everything? So I think there is a little bit more of a conscience of what actually skills are, what it's for, and that's why I'm really, really optimistic for the future.
And hopefully with a lot more skills competitions, we will all see it and even know it even better.
Well, welcome next year in Poland. Next year, September, in Dansk. And I'm happy to say as well that Denmark will be hosting Euroskills 2025 because they have realized that they need to do something about perception of skills, and Danish government wants to use the competition to change perceptions.
So change already coming. Juan Carlos, yeah, in 20 years, do we still have VET?
Desde luego, sí. Yo no creo la...
Yes, I don't think there will be a division or a divide. I don't think there's a need to compete between universities and vocational training. The key will be lifelong learning. And the Osnabrück Declaration has already said the roadmap, the person, the worker in this case, the pupil, should be able to browse with state-of-the-art technologies from both systems, from and to systems. There will not be like a border. The idea is working on a step-by-step basis. You can start by vocational training and end up with a PhD. That's why it's so important to have this permanent or lifelong learning. That will be a priority. We cannot say that we can get rid of universities or disregard universities. We need their competences, for example, for physicians or engineers. So we need to know exactly what are the competences needed in the market. Statistics said that in Europe, we need, especially in Spain, intermediate qualifications that are most demanded, and they are met by vocational training. But I don't think in this divide, I don't believe in a drastic revolution. I don't believe that online training will dominate. Of course, they will provide learning, but this is still far from what we understand as a training process.
Trade unions in 20 years?
Seguirán, desde luego.
Yeah, there will be some, of course.
20 years. How is VET still relevant?
20 years. Actually, it's still going to be there, different, as everything is changing rapidly. I agree the boundaries are going to be less obvious because we are already seeing that. People are going to the university and they're going back to VET. I'm saying back. They're going to VET. It's not back. In order to get skills because they want to do something that actually they like. And it's also going to be smarter. Why? Because it's going to use, in our views, artificial intelligence in order to better skills anticipation, in order to design faster new training curricula. Right now we need 2.5 years in order to introduce new curricula and get them accredited. This is too long. So in 20 years I believe that this is going to be very short. And the boundaries with society, the openness, all that we want now is going to be realized. Let me be a dreamer.
Let me be a dreamer. Well, Juliana, we're going to ask you a slightly different question because that's the question we also asked our online audience. Melanie, what did we ask them?
Yes, we want to finish the session with a big question. What is your utopia for VET? So really you can dream big, think outside of the box.
Yeah, also feel free to take your phone and give some answers. Juliana, what was your utopia for VET?
Well, vocational education is in general very important, and like answering the previous question, it will be very much relevant in 20 years as well, because first of all, like not utopically or non-utopically, either way, the vocational education is something that gives you from like an early age an opportunity to try out some kind of skill, to gain the skill, but it's not only an education for high school graduates, it's also an upskilling and reskilling. So in my opinion, the more vocational education and the more apprenticeship would be offered in future, the better, because it will offer people the opportunity to adapt to the very fastly moving world, and even 20 years it probably won't be exactly the same as it is now, but it still will be like a guide for people from younger generation, older generation, regardless. It will be a guide into a professional world and into a labor market, and also because we need to think about climate change, and more employers are making choices towards greener work. They will be opening more labor spaces in the labor market, so the vocational education apprenticeship will also help gaining necessary skills to move forward more sustainably, but by sustainable I don't mean just environmentally friendly, it also means obviously ecologically friendly, but also societally friendly and socially friendly and economically friendly, and by that I mean representation in vocational education and in media in general.
So basically the world is getting more complicated and more unsure every day, but vocational training is going to be our rock that keeps us...
Yes and no, because vocational education will be moving with the world, it will be changing with the world, it will go like in the same direction, but it will still be a guide for people.
That sounds a guide for people. That sounds like a wonderful utopia. Melanie, what are people suggesting?
Yes, so there's a lot of responses about VET being equal to universities or higher education in the future, even VET as the new elite. And there are several comments about inclusion, the topic inclusion in VET, and that there should be a place of learning in every company, and there are even some radical thoughts of changes so that VET becomes compulsory, so that everyone would be involved in VET.
Ooh, I'm not sure that's a utopia or dystopia, but that's something we're gonna discuss over lunch. After lunch at 2 o'clock, you are expected in your one respective workshop. There's one here that is social inclusion. There is in room 2 the public-private partnerships key for success, and in room number 3 managing co-projects. On your badge you find the number where you are expected. Go from the lunch, because the lunch is upstairs on the 5th floor, so go down at 1:45 so the workshops can start exactly on time. So that's important. For now, go mingle tomorrow, enjoy your site visit. We're going to go for lunch, but not after we give a big round of applause to our speakers to the last session. And a big round of applause to you. And if you've been joining online, tomorrow afternoon I see you back for our closing sessions. Thank you so much. Have a good lunch.
Thank you very much. First thing first, this has been designed as an informal chat among the participants. You might not look at it from the setting and from your numbers. That's my fault. I should have checked the numbers before designing the session. So I kindly request that you move a bit closer and you try to turn a bit the chair so that you create a setting more conducive for the discussion. We expect more or less 70% of this session to be you speaking and interacting among yourself. So it's no question for me, or it's no clarification only, but we would really like you to debate as much as possible. So if we can start with the presentation. Well, while we wait for the presentation, my name is Filippo Del Nino. I work for European Training Foundation. My colleague is
Daniela Dalzotto from Italy, from ENA-IPNET, which is a national consortium, actually the largest national consortium of vet providers in Italy. Thank you very much for being here today. I'm quite nervous, as Filippo was saying. We weren't expecting this number of participants, so thank you very much for choosing this parallel session.
Okay, the topic is vocational excellence and social inclusion. We have tried to be a bit provocative, to have a bit more of discussion within the group. In the end, I think that the underlying concept, we all share it, we will discuss it later, but we can move on. Next slide. I'm not sure, I do it myself. No, I don't.
Is it working? Not yet. You broke it, Filippo.
Oh, I broke it. No, this is on, okay. I just cannot, okay. So we basically have one single question, which is, does a dichotomy between excellence and social inclusion exist? It is a rhetorical question, it is a complex question. We are going to unpack it, but that's basically the underlying concept. So the structure of this session will be addressing two subtopics. The first is the most general one, so we're going to look at balancing excellence and social inclusion, the risk of elitism towards the utopia of excellence for all. The second one is more or less the same topic, but channeled down to the issue of digitalization. We are going to speak less on the second because we know everybody knows what we're talking about. It has a huge impact, of course, on equity, social inclusion, and potentiality of education. For each one, we are going to make a quick setting the scene, so around 10 minutes, and then we'll have the discussion and clustering of ideas. We wanted to cluster ideas around three main areas. The first one, we call it that's life, in the sense that inevitably you will have some challenges in your work as central vocational excellence. You have to work in certain conditions which are set up by policies, processes. So we would like to use your realism when you provide comments in this area. So, I mean, if you want to be a bit more negative, just for the sake of discussion, this is the area we want you to channel. Best practice, I don't have to go into detail, is basically who has already implemented new policies, new processes on how to better integrate social inclusion and equity of education within the process of achieving excellence. The third one is, we call it utopia, and in this area we would like you to be a bit more bold. So what would you like to see in the medium-long term in education to really channel equity and excellence together? Okay, so don't worry about whether this is realistic or not. I mean, this is about just ideas. I would like this system in the medium-long term, 10 years, to be like that, and I think this way you can really combine the two. Oh, the fuck.
Stay close.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, unpacking the question. So, is students' performance and overall competency level at the end of the study period a good indicator for excellence? It is an indicator, inevitably. I mean, that's reality. We all think that Harvard is a very good university, and if I am an employer and I want to hire somebody coming out of Technica, I have high expectation of the students coming out of Technica. The question here, and that's what I would like you to answer or to comment about, is it a good indicator? So is it an indicator that we should base ourselves to identify excellence? Because once you only use this indicator, the risk is that you tend to become sort of more elitist type of institution. Then second question is students tracking inevitable to deliver excellence? So by students tracking, we talk about dividing students in group and directing students according to their performance, whether to different educational tracks or to different schools in the same educational tracks, okay? All the educational system have students tracking. Again, that's life, it's inevitable. We are trying to address the issue, but this exists. But is it inevitable to deliver excellence? Because that's a shortcut. The easiest way to achieve excellence is just to take the best students you might have. I'm not a school director. If I have to be a school director, I will be a very bad one because I've never done it. But if you give me teachers and the top 10% students of your country, my school is going to be a good school. It's inevitable. So there is a tendency and there is a risk that if you feel the pressure to perform and to be one of the best centers in your country, student tracking is a very quick way to do it. Do we run the risk of an excellence-based elitism? Excellence-based elitism thinking you may have in mind like l'École nationale d'administration in French, which basically has been also cancelled recently for being accused of being elitist, or the Ivy League of other typology of institutions which we can define as elitist. Spoiler alert, is not what we would like, is not what the Commission would like, and quite sure that's not what any of the Central Vocational Excellence would like to be. That's why what we would like to focus on is it a risk? So that's something that is always a possibility. And if you don't do anything to tackle it, then it may come naturally, even if that's not your objective. The last point is striving for excellence negatively affecting that historical inclusive role. So that historically has been the form of education where you could address every part of the population. If they weren't good enough to go to the most academic track of education, that was there. That was there to provide education in some forms, whether it was practical or more technical, to every single element of the population. So when we start defining excellence in the context of that, aren't we running the risk of creating two levels of that education? So the excellence element, which is high level, comparable to university or that type of level of complexity, and the normal VET. So that again is a possibility. We just wanted to put it on the table for you to discuss. Now, initial reflections, these are from our side, so you may fully disagree. That's no problem. It's just to put something on the table for the discussion. The first one is, even if we consider students' performance as a criteria for excellence, shouldn't we assess it differently? So for me, as how I see it, a real center of excellence is those who could take students with low performance, low key competences, and bring them to a high level of standards and competency level at the end of the study period, okay? If you take the best of the best, that's a bit easy. So for me, it's the delta between what you know when you enter a certain study period in a certain context, and what you have when you get out. It's exactly that data that tells me how good is the center of excellence, or how good is the university, how good is the high school. And the point is, how are we assessing it? Are we evaluating? Are we calculating? Because if you don't, then maybe it's difficult to justify, your real excellence. Or maybe they say, okay, out of those centers, the students are acceptable, not excellent, but acceptable. But maybe that center has dealt with people with extreme difficulties, coming with very difficult social backgrounds. So being able to assess what you really achieve in the study period, for me, it's something that would really define excellence, more than the final outputs of the study period. The second element I wanted to highlight is, shouldn't the capacity of being inclusive and ensuring equity in education a core area of expertise of Center of Excellence? Again, for me, this is an area where Center of Excellence should be the reference for the other schools, okay? And that doesn't come naturally, because you expect students in the best vocational centers to be already very good. So if I'm a school that I'm dealing with very difficult students and I need to ask for support, how you deal with these students? The first system would not be to go to the best vocational centers in the country. So that would not become natural. But I think that in the view I have, the Commission has, that's exactly something that we should happen. So we would expect Central Vocational Excellence to be beacon of expertise exactly in this area, with better pedagogies, more interacting ways of teaching, learning, better equipment, better spatial organization. So we would like those centers to showcase to other vet schools how you can deal with students which are maybe less motivated and more difficult to engage. And the third element goes a bit more about policies than really the work of Central Vocational Excellence is, shouldn't we zoom out the responsibility, okay, for balancing excellence and social inclusion? Because there are many elements which goes which go outside the responsibility of the Center of Vocational Excellence that interact with this. If you create a very competitive system where schools receive funding and are evaluated on the basis of the performance of the students, inevitably those schools will be more challenged in dealing with difficult students or enrolling students with different social backgrounds, okay? So already the way you finance schools is definitely affecting, for example, this element. Another thing is the development of strong key competences. So this is another thing that you should start when they're primary, even kindergarten, and when you've really created a group of students, regardless of their performance academically, which are very strong key competences, then it's easier for Center of Vocational Excellence to really take them and lead them to very high level, high standards of performance. So these are three main elements that we wanted again to put on the table. Now we would like to open the discussion. We will need also to open the Mentimeter.
The Mentimeter, exactly. We have two ways for you to interact with us. If you want, you can answer a Mentimeter, but of course for you who are here in presence, you can also use the box again. And yeah, I'm going to throw it to you.
We would like to have a lot of
Ready.
interventions. I mean, don't feel free, I mean, to whatever is your role in your institution, whether, I mean, or your government, your policymaker, institutions, the school directors. So for us, it's important that you reflect on this element, that you are provocative, that you identify the challenges, because we would like to collect a few elements that we can also share tomorrow in the wrap-up of the conference. Please.
Yes. Hello again, everyone. I'm Besim from Albania Hospitality and Tourism School. I'm teacher, I'm project manager, and also I'm working in the industry of tourism. And the first one, the student performance, I think that is one of the most important criteria for the excellence of the center. But not only the performance, but also the possibility that the students are employed after the school. Because if you can make it's like a football team. They are playing well, but if they are not winning anything in the end of the year, they will be forgotten. It's the same for us. If we are producing good students, but not with the necessary performance, or if they are not going employed, our name in the market, in the labor market, or in our city, in our town, will be not the same. I think this is the most important part, the student performance to be compared also with their possibility to get employed in the market.
Okay, thank you very much. So employability is an additional factor for success. Anybody else? Please. I don't know if, I'm a bit scared of throwing this thing around. I know it's live, but.
Hi, everyone.
Please.
I'm Sébastien, and I'm here representing the French Campus de Métiers de Qualification. So first of all, I think that answering to some of the questions that were in the screen, we have to reinvent the meaning of excellence. And I want to say
Please.
how the French model of Campus de Métiers have reinvented this definition of excellence. We do not agree on performance-based evaluation. We are more on defining excellence as collaboration, as how we can mix several stakeholders from the economic world, from the education authorities, from the regional authorities, from the students. How can we mix them together in a governance system, in a VET cluster known as the campus, where all can have the same kind of participation and where this can be inclusive. So that's the first thing, the excellence, and also a diverse ecosystem, because if we don't focus on performance-based results, we can focus on the diversity of sectors, of strategic sectors that are needed, actually. So we don't have, there's no way to compare, or it has no sense for the French model to compare in a numerical indicator of performance different sectors. All sectors are necessary. So that's why the 116 campuses that we have in France, cover 12 strategic sectors that are complementary. So it has no sense to compare them in performance. We have to compare them on how they work, how they include different stakeholders, how they can work on employability, as was said before, because of the business world and the economic world participation in these campuses. So yeah, that's what I wanted to add.
Thank you very much.
Can I?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. I think that I would like to start from the first question. I prefer best practice because utopia, I think that we can, I would like to exclude utopia because we exist and we work on inclusion and we are a center of excellence on inclusion. So I think that we can cancel utopia, I hope. The second thing is I believe that we have to clarify, as my friend introduced it, the idea of excellence. We have to understand what means, which is the idea of to become adult, to become yourself, which is the idea of the person, of the life, and of the work. Because there is a performance idea. We are all the world, our world is in this mindset that I don't believe it is working. Also, it is going down very quickly from different points of view. And so, for this reason, I think that student track is okay, but we have to understand what we are tracking. Not learning, not cognitive results, but personality probably, no? We can work on this idea. The risk of elitism, I think that it depends of the horizon. We are looking for what? If we work on the personality, it not depends of the results or from the performance, but of the maturity of the person. So there is no risk of elitism. And I have many other questions, but I don't want to take time.
You will have. I mean, we have plenty of time. So if you want to tell them now, or you can take the floor later.
We can assess differently. This question depends on from the idea of what we are evaluating.
Exactly.
So there is no problem because we are always thinking on the performance. So there is someone underperforming, and we have to have a different evaluation. But the problem is what we are evaluating. And could be a core area. I say yes, because we do it. And last one, differentiation, I lost because you were. So I can leave to the expert. Do you want to say something? Not now.
Maybe you want to conclude. Let's see if you want to take a final word at the end of.
Yes.
Please.
Thank you. I'm Priscilla from Zimbabwe, and I would like to give my input based on the Zimbabwean perspective of what we mean by excellence. I'm not taking it from a broader context, but specifically from a Zimbabwean perspective. Our situation is rather different. What we would like to define as excellence is getting the best of what we have and the resources that we have there. We are looking at students who opt to come in for vocational training. We are looking at students who have not achieved much in terms of academic achievements. They haven't gotten the best results, and they tend to come. So in terms of vocational excellence, what we are looking at is how best can we get them to do the best that they can, not looking at the academic achievements, because most of them, they do not have much. Some of them can just barely read and write. How best can we do that? If we can achieve to make them go through the training, complete the training, and getting employed. And usually we get them employed in small enterprises. The medium enterprises can get them, but the small enterprises, by allowing them and giving them the chance to transition from where they are and getting to be employed in such a difficult environment. Some of them, because of various reasons, they are unable to go to school or to reach maybe the basic levels of education that can get them into a polytechnic or into a college. The vocational training centers then take them, they train them, taking them step by step, and then if they can transition, get self-employed, get some work, get some money from that, then I would say that's excellence for me. That's from our African perspective, from Zimbabwe specifically. We do run a college. We have some who come because of disability. They were unable to go to school because disability is not something that can be taken or people can easily accept. So they tend not to get enough education. So by trying to get them into society and getting their own means of income, I think that's vocational excellence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think it's very relevant. We pass the floor there. I think you can try to throw it. It's not too heavy. Just a second on the issue of utopia, because otherwise I forget. The fact is, what you're doing is quite excellent. So you might consider not a utopia for you, because you're already implementing it. But for me, it is that what you're doing is actually becomes mainstream to education system. So from your perspective, you're already doing it. But from my perspective, for me, it's my utopia.
Should center excellence become a beacon for other providers? This is the question, the right question.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
So, hello. I'm representing ACME SA and ACME International with the 2REX project. But I will talk with the second hat that I'm wearing as a career placement and development manager for both VAT and the college institution that we have. So definitely I'm going to answer the first question. If we correlate the performance of the students and the excellence with the overall performance of the students. And I will definitely say no. No. Because I have seen students having amazing degrees, amazing performance within the academic year, and when the time comes to be placed outside in the industry placement, they totally collapse. They have lack of emotional intelligence, they don't have soft skills, they're not extroverted, they have anxiety, so regardless how good they are inside the academic year, when the time comes, they do not perform. So I definitely, from my position, the answer is no. You cannot correlate directly. Of course, a student that has both of them, has soft skills, is extroverted, he's good academic-wise, might perform nice also during the actual industry placement, but that's not a guarantee.
No.
We have seen a lot of different cases.
I think it's connected also to what we're doing about saying about assessing personality, and that's something that, again, is very pioneering. The Commission develops, the JRC developed, for example, the LifeComp, which is a first framework for assessing social competences, which is interesting, but it remains at the moment a theoretical development with some pilots. But the first areas where students are assessed are still academic. Yeah. And what would be interesting is to further build on you and all the other centers who start to say, okay, but I need to assess students on both elements. Yeah. Because it's not only to take it in consideration or to put it into the curricula and deliver maybe some lessons or part of a new curriculum specific of that. Is that part of the assessment? Can you fail a student because they don't pass those? And maybe pass the student because he's not that good in another subject. So what is the perspective? I think that's an interesting discussion. Your work is pioneering, and if you take in consideration exactly the second element, I think is many schools should take in consideration to actually use the expertise of centers who are working on those issues.
Yeah, and if I may add another point here, this is also actually the core value of the new project that we are launching, the 2REX, which is the largest COF project right now in Europe for tourism, exactly because of this gap, because we realize that academically wise, we can prepare students nice, but when they go out in the real market, they fail. We redesigned the whole curriculum. We took out old-fashioned lessons. We took out lessons that had an extensive, like 40 hours of geography and what are the rivers of Europe. And instead, we put inside soft skills, the psychology of a tourist, cultural differences, handling complaints, emotional intelligence. So we updated the curriculum in order to prepare the VAT students, not only technical and theoretical, but also with new era soft skills, which I think this is the future of the VAT path.
I strongly agree. Behind you?
Hello, my name is Florence, and I am from the Ministry of Education in Israel. I would like to share with you what we are doing in Israel.
Please.
Maybe it will help, and maybe I can get help from you. In Israel, we are investing a lot of budget and efforts for excellency in VET. About 45% of our students are in VET schools, but we have also very important decision at the level of the government to have excellency in VET. It's not enough to talk about excellency and skills and whatever, but you need also decisions, laws, to get excellency. Like our students, the general and VET students are learning in the same school. We do not have special VET schools and schools for others. They are all studying in the same high school, first of all. The second thing which is important is that they have matriculation diploma. In VET studies, they have matriculation diploma. We have only one matriculation diploma, and each one is studying what is good for him. And the third thing is that we are opening the last 5 years centers of excellency in VET. Very expensive, something like in euros, 15 million euros each. Only the government can do it. No one can do it beside the government. And now we have already 5. So the VET students can be, exposed to the best studies, to the best material, to all the best they can have. And we are doing it with the cities, not alone, but we are investing, the government is investing most of the money, but the cities are a part of this project. I'm going to tell you what is our problem. We know that for excellency, you need skills, and you need. What we did today, when we talked this morning, believe me, most of us agree with it and understand it. Where is our real problem? The teachers. How can we get the results that we want if the teachers do not have the level and they are not always ready to do the effort to make the change? So we know what we want for the students, but for that we need the teachers. And I believe that it's time to talk not only about what we need for kids and for students, but how to make the changes so the teachers can help us to make. Without teachers, we cannot do it. Let's say the truth. We cannot do it. We have, like I talked with Lida, I told her we have the union in Israel. It's very difficult, you know what? But I think that it's time to think about how to move the teachers so they can be part of all the efforts that we are all doing to improve the studies of our students.
I don't have an answer myself. I would be rich if I had one. If anyone wants to share on this element, any success story, teachers, education is huge. Is a core element of the public administration, which the sheer numbers are so big that changes in education are tough. And that's, I think, all countries had the same problem. Countries which have more success in changing the education system are often medium, small countries. Trade unions personality is quite strong also in Italy. As I say, if somebody else, I don't have, if anybody has ideas, Lydia, you want to reply specifically on the teachers element? Yes.
Lida.
We start with you because you have the mic and we pass the mic after.
Yes. So the thing with teachers and vocational schools is also something that we struggle a lot with in Denmark. We have a lot of issues of technical and vocational schools. Just they aren't allowed to hire professionals inside the area. Like you want somebody who's a carpenter to teach other upcoming carpenters, but you can't do that in our country. They need to take like additional courses to get enough certification to teach up-and-coming students, and we just don't get that. So we can't have excellent people teach students how to be excellent, which is a real big shame. It's something that really makes it hard to just make a new generation of up-and-coming vocational excellency. So this thing with this teacher unions, especially as seen in Israel, is also applicable from where I come from. And it's a real big shame because it really limits the potential that these big networks that we want to make have.
Thank you very much. Can you try to throw it, or I'll do it myself, otherwise?
I don't control it.
Right, go. So Lida, your point on...
You want to go first? Go first and then I...
Thank you. Hi. I want to speak about not teachers, but previous issue about excellence and inclusion.
Yes.
I think each word have a few interpretations, and in education system, I see that actually exclusion, it's excellence. It's a beautiful name for competition. So yeah, and I think in our school system, as I believe in most of others, it's mean I have to get better score, as my other classmates get worse score is good for me. So actually, the evaluation is not about my performance or my improvement to myself. It's about my comparison to others. And I believe it's create in our society very strong impact. But we're actually dealing about win-lose a model of existence. So theoretically, I dream about what excellence is about myself. Excellence is about how I make better compared to myself. Probably we can change the evaluation system and the perception system of education. And the achievement is about a teamwork, could be. So my dream and suggestion, let's try to bring to system, but each student understand that it's not relevant to others to be good or to be, it's individual issue, but achievement is about responsibility, about to work together. So for example, in our programs of entrepreneurship and innovation, as probably you, we create teams. The goal, the purpose is common. Yeah? It's only if we together get it or not. It's not about personal issue. And if as educators we can help to our students to understand that looking for yourself, not to others, and this is about achievement, probably it's a big challenge, but will make some difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Eva Nilova. I'm from Germany, Berlin, and I work for NGO. And I suppose that speaking about the education, we forget about informal education. And a great power of attracting people to choose the profession and to get and train in social skills is in the sector of informal education. And having a very big experience of conducting youth exchanges, international youth exchanges, running the youth center, and other educational projects with different use in the field of integration, I'm sure that the informal education makes much more to, and gives much more to children, youth, and young adults than any must education, because it's not must, and it is more attractive to youngsters than any others. We can talk about this maybe, and we have to talk about it much more, not in comparison, but in addition to formal education.
Yeah, but it is a core area of central vocational excellence. I mean, that's part of really the main function is to work in that domain. So I fully agree on its importance. I think it's a new area for many centers. They will need time to become very, very strong also in this one.
Yeah, but it's also interesting because it's something that was came up until now. It's an interesting take, I think, and it's also interesting to note how the conversation keep switching from what excellence is from the point of view of the service, the educational service that we're providing, and excellence for the learners and students. So exactly, we are going back to the first question, probably. What are we assessing? What are we evaluating? That's the main question. And I think that also this morning, a lot of interesting ideas came up. When it comes to assess excellence, from the point of view of our service, of our vet providers' work, a lot have to be said about our ability to answer the needs of a very specific sector or a very specific area, geographical area. So we've been talking about local. Now there's also this important topic about proximity economy, and I think that has something to do with that as well. And when it comes to, again, to excellence from the point of view of assessing the learners, I totally agree, and we're going back to the fact that we need to assess the progress, the improvement. Okay, so maybe not the performance. So that. But
Lida, do you want to
say something?
Take the floor? And then we pass to digitalization.
It's not big, but it's because we are a team, no? But and we have many members from countries that we work as the European Training Foundation, and precisely to look at that. We are not looking at the theories, but we are looking at the practice. Why these clusters that we have we have 11 members, but tomorrow it will be their session and they will discuss, to look what we mean by excellence. Because there are many elements in the excellence, and excellence for what and to achieve what. And we see from 1.5 years, 2 years, that with all the members, and we have Albania, we have Israel, we have Georgia, we have Turkey, many, we have Malawi, and we have Zimbabwe. And what it means is excellence can be a response only to the context. Let's be honest, it's the excellence, we can't see it as a given. It's, as you said, Priscilla, it's what we achieve with what we have to make them better and to be integrated in all, being it in education, but also for employment. And that's why we are looking at all these different examples, and we don't have only vet centers. We have, like in Israel, for example, the members, and they will speak tomorrow for themselves, we have big technological centers that they teach is general and vet is one thing, precisely because they are working for the excellence in curricula, excellence in the teacher training, in all the elements of what we mentioned for excellence. Another thing that from Turkey we have, it's the private sector, the employers. They are making the schools as centers of excellence. Now, why? Because also Israel has it in some countries, also Albania, where employers from engineers or whatever they were, or high tech or this, they go back to the schools to teach, talking about the teachers. And that's where you see that with what they do and how they see the world of teaching and learning makes a big difference. And some of these centers, and it's a big number of students we are talking in these countries, they reach this level of excellence. So we can't see it as a frozen, we can't see it only as theory. That's my point I want to make. And from our experience, we have to see it in the context of where these are operating, these centers. And in this context, there are many other elements that determine this. So we can't talk of definitions. That's what I'm saying. We can, theoretically, yes, we know, but we are looking at it from the practical point of view and what results are giving these elements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lida.
Thank you, Lida. I couldn't agree more.
One last comment.
Here, thank you. And meanwhile, I'm asking someone, is the Mentimeter working? Can we share the result? But I know that we have some technical issues, so.
What is that?
Thank you.
So, yeah.
You want to, okay.
Yeah, I wanted
One
to say,
and two.
I wanted to say something. Hi, I'm Thomas from Austria. I think, first of all, I think we should find common sense about what we understand that inclusion should be or is. And I really much appreciate the idea of the European Commission that inclusion is meeting the social and academic needs of each individual. So what does that mean? That means to me that everywhere we want to have inclusion in education, especially, we have to change the education system towards a more differentiated, individualized or personalized education. And I think if the COVES, or the Centers of Vocational Excellence, are not inclusive COVES, there will not be any excellence on the long run. There will only be elite excellence. So this is the one thing. The other thing that I wanted to say about teachers and about differentiation is that I've been working in teacher education, empowering teachers to become digitally literate, using digital tools for education for the last 10 years. And my experience was that there's a lot of attention needed towards teachers, to listen to them, to give them the time, and give them also the insights how they can use, in this case, digital tools to transform their teaching style, their education towards a more inclusive approach. And yeah, I think this is the number one issue, and I agree with you, what you said before. We have to take care that we have the teachers on board. Without the teachers, that's not going to happen.
Thank you very much. Last comment. We do have a second session on digitalization. It's going to be briefer because of lack of time. Or maybe we can just open the floor also on that after.
Yes, sorry, my name is Victoria. I am from ACME, from Athens. And it is, my comment is connected with digitalization because we live in a time of constant change. So the moment that we believe we have reached, if we can say that we can ever reach excellence, the moment we reach excellence as defined by the standards of that period, there are more things that we need to do. So for me, a component of excellence is adaptability to the challenges of each period, of each time, but also adaptability to the opportunities that can be created and can be offered also to the students. And another comment regarding the students, we need to realize that for this reason maybe excellence is a little bit tricky as a concept, that mistakes and failures are also part of the process. That was my...
Thank you very much. Okay, should we quickly move to digitalization? We cut our part a bit. You take.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, just a short introduction, a preface to this session. Yeah, when we talk about social inclusion and technology, one of the first things I think that comes up to our mind is digital divide. You know, the digital divide, a concept, a phenomenon of unequal access to digital media that also generates socio-economic but also cultural inequalities. And this concept, in my opinion at least, has often been reduced to a problem of access to equipment. We saw it this morning as well. Equipment is certainly an important issue. Today, however, we want to propose a shift in the discussion on digital divide, because if we talk about social inclusion and technology, there's also one aspect that is just as important as the availability of computers and fast and stable connections. These are, again, physical gaps that have to be overcome, but we as vet providers probably, and again, educational agencies, probably were more interested on analyzing the skills level. What is completely on us, on our responsibilities to talk and to work on a skills level. The skills we want to give our students and our staff, of course, so that they are able to use technology and to use it for meaningful purpose and meaningful social practices. So if we look at the problem from this perspective, being excellent is in using technology for social inclusion means not just having the best computers, the best technologies, but empowering our learners to access information and use it to produce, to find, to share knowledge. And I think that this is an important and a key element in our society for them to be able to act as active citizens. So, Filippo, if you want to set the scene for this last session, please.
Well, since we have a few minutes, I will cut it short in the sense that I think, I mean, all providers have experienced what it meant during COVID and which were the problems for the students. But at the same time, I see that the potentiality are clear, even for inclusion and equity. So I would like to put for every single person here the same question, which is, at the moment, do you see more risks or more opportunities? And if you can justify your current feeling, okay? So we know what are the risks in terms of they just presented, in the hard, the soft, the skills. But at the same time, I mean, you can really do a lot with the new tools for supporting inclusion. If anyone wants to start, more risk, more opportunities, and why? Always scared when you launch the thing. Okay.
And meanwhile, shall we also share the next slide of Mentimeters? Just to launch the poll.
Okay, the question was more risk or more opportunities. I think it's not a question of more risk or more opportunities. I think we're facing both. And if we think about the digitization that came upon us, is only 15 years old. Like smartphones came in 2007, the iPad was launched in 2011. So it's a very short period of change that we're facing. And what I'm missing, and I think this is the number one issue, we all need to actively design this digital presence and digital future. So I think at the moment we're more kind of, how do you say, observers and actors than active changers or change makers in this scenario, because the ones that are driving the change are the big digital companies, especially US companies, but not only. So I would say risks are there. And you know, we could talk for hours about the risks, from the change of the attention span of young people, but not only young people, also us, up to cyber crime and so on. But I think the opportunities are there, but they will only be used if we change the pedagogy. Yeah. So this is the thing that the message that I would like to give you from my perspective. If we're not changing the pedagogy, digitalization can be bad, because I see digitalization as an amplifier. Yeah? It can amplify the positives and it can amplify the bads. I've seen schools who were perfectly digitally equipped, high-speed internet, iPads or tablets for everyone, Office 365 or similar solutions everywhere, but they did not change the pedagogy. So they were using the digital means as a substitute for what they've done before. And that's what we have seen during the pandemic as well, you know. We've seen not only, but a lot of teachers and schools trying to do their traditional ways of teaching just in a digital environment. And what happens then is you see that the worst predictions from digital offenders become true. Yeah? Kids that just play games, teachers that are not heard and are uninspired, and at the end, it's a horror scenario, I would say. But I've also seen schools that have, changed their teaching completely. For example, one school in Amsterdam I visited a couple of years ago, they were completely project-oriented in their teaching. So they had like 7 weeks project spans or project periods where teachers were organized into teams, and all the different subjects were taught towards the same, let's say, phenomena, a little bit like in Finland. They do something similar. And it was amazing because every student had their own individual learning plan, and you could just see, you could see education that you could not imagine before. So this is like the two sides that I would give here. And one last comment on digitalization and inclusion. I mean, every of these new mobile devices has so much powerful inbuilt accessibility features that can compensate an impairment that is there not to become a disability. Yeah? And it's just important that people know about it and that people know how to use it. Yeah? That's the number one thing. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Any other one? Behind you?
Thank you. I was actually provoked by the colleague. My name is Vesna, and I'm coming from the Ministry of Education and Science in Croatia. Actually, Croatia was one of the countries with the biggest share of face-to-face teaching during the COVID pandemic. And still, we were very good digitally supported. Every schools, primary, secondary, of course, web, have access to the internet, each child had a computer, and actually they were struggling following their classes, especially students in wet schools, because there is a difference between teaching and PET and doing the PET. I wouldn't be very much fan of the surgeon who will operate on me, giving just online teaching and performing, and just looking how other people do. But I would try to share with you the view of the students. We had actually research on students' mental health, and they were really very vulnerable. Result shows that they had share of suicidal thoughts had uprised. They feel like socially excluded. In this sense I speak, in the terms I speak especially for the high school students. That means wet students. So we have to be, could be a lesson learned during the pandemic, how to make digital equipment a tool, but not a purpose. And also, we have to give the chance to the families. Because during the pandemic, there is also a risk. Students of well-educated parents made more progress in education, also that. Students with a poor background, especially immigrants, which crisis we are facing now, they were also very vulnerable. So I think it's for all the educators to think tank, like in this format, and to learn lessons for the future. It means much more important than suggesting the excellence as some elitism or whatever. Excellence is dealing with the everyday problems in an efficient way, the way I see it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay,
I cannot
last
share
question
it.
because we are 1 minute and a half over. And last comment, sorry. As soon as we get, then we will have a final video to show you.
I'll be
and then
very
I will
fast.
thank you.
Just
Please.
want to sum up. So, hi, I'm from Finland, from Vocational Student Union, and also from the European Apprentice Network. And I just wanted to sum up that was said here before, the two previous speakers, that yes, the digitalization is great. It's a great tool. It can make things accessible to people, but it also can be a disadvantage because there are people, for example, who cannot study with the digital materials. And unfortunately, in many places, when there are people like, okay, yes, digitalization will do everything digital, and people who can't use that will end up without like paper materials or physical materials because it's all on the computer, and sometimes they get denied other access to the necessary materials in the form that they need to study. Yeah, that's basically what I did to say. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are late. We have a video to show. From my side, only one overall comment. My perception from the audience, it's clear that if you work in that, if you work in that, if that's your area, the attention to the social element is so strong that the risk of elitism is really diluted in the sense that you don't have that tendency. It's completely different if you go to high school. My high school, which was supposed to serve a certain territory of the city, now you cannot enter unless your exit votes of the previous education cycle is over 80%, and there's no type of, and they have no problem with it. You can really see, like, for that, this is a fundamental principle that is going to serve as medicine towards any possible involuntary tendency towards this form of elitism in education. I think they have the video.
Our time is up.
It's our time,
Yeah.
so they can launch it.
Great.
course, I launched it like it was myself. It's actually the project that Cometa is leading. We wanted to present it because they are the project working more on this topic. I mean, you probably all of you know them, and if you have additional information that you want, you can address them. Okay, I don't know if I have the authority to open the coffee break. I don't know if it's coffee break time.
You better.
If there's no one from the organization which prevents it, I open the coffee break. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your participation.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is John Echeveste. I'm an international project manager here at Technica. And we are delighted this afternoon to be here in the 2022 Forum on Vocational Excellence in San Sebastian. And we thank you all for being here with us in the Applied Research in VET parallel session. So welcome, everyone. Applied research in VET is gaining more and more relevance in the last years. At the international level, the World Federation of Colleges and Polytechnics Affinity Group on Applied Research has been working on the topic for the last few years. At European level, the European Commission launched a call under the Forward-Looking Actions in Erasmus+ to create frameworks of applied research in VET. The European Training Foundation launched a tender to carry out a mapping of applied research in VET. At national level, some countries are including applied research as one of the duties of VET. This is, for example, what the new VET law in Spain did. And at regional level, some regions are also promoting this role of VET, like the best country where we are right now. So VET is even starting to be included in a smart specialization strategies as a stakeholder. So, but today we are not going to discuss the whole topic of applied research in VET, which this will need a whole conference in itself. Today we are looking forward to give a glimpse of different approaches to applied research in VET. So we will start with two presentations today. The first one will be VET schools from a traditional to a transformational role for students, enterprises, and society by Professor Juan Gamboa. The second one will be the role of VET centers in applied research by John Edwards. And after that, we are moving to a panel discussion with people involved in all the applied research projects approved under the last call for forward-looking action projects. Our speakers represent all the agents of the strategic triangle. We have university researchers, we have international networks, we have companies, we have VET schools, and we have regional bodies. And now, without further ado, let me introduce Professor Juan Gamboa from the Orchestra Basque Institute of Competitiveness, University of Deusto, Spain. So, welcome, Juan.
Well, thank you so much. I must say that this is quite impressive, being here, this huge screen. It's like the cameras and lights. It's like, that makes me feel like a rock star or something like that. Well, I hope you'll enjoy this presentation, this contribution as a rock concert or something like that. Okay, let's go for it. Well, my presentation is about contextual factors, improving, promoting applied research in vocational education training context. And this is why I titled my presentation going from a traditional role of vocational education and training schools or centers. The name depends on the place. Here in Spain, we call them centers. In other countries, colleges, schools, whatever. I'm talking about VET providers in general sense. And, well, okay. Going from a traditional role to a transformational role of VET centers, of schools. this is the key aspect of my presentation. The traditional role of vet schools is teaching, and it's nothing wrong about focusing the activity on just teaching, because this is quite important, providing professionals to the labor market, and normally vet teaching is quite related, highly related to the demands of the labor market. So this is quite important. But schools or vet centers could move forward to make a transformation in the society for their students, for their teachers in general. So if we move to a transformational role, we must think about many other functions or activities that vet centers can perform in order to transform society. And applied research is a quite powerful, the most powerful, I would say, activity to transform the society and the environment where vet centers are located. So when I talk about transformational role of the centers, I'm talking about doing much more than just teaching. And I insist, there's nothing wrong about focusing only on teaching, but we can do much more. And for me, an excellent vet center is a center which can do much more than teaching, and where we can transform our environments. So there are some reasons that can push the transformational role of vet centers. There are many of them, but I only want to focus on two of these reasons. The first one is that the small and medium enterprises need for much more innovation coming from outside, So they need external but proximal agents helping them to innovate, to be more innovative, to build new products, to improve their processes. So, and when I'm talking about proximal agents or actors of these small and medium enterprises, I'm talking about vet centers, which are much more closer in terms of geographical terms, in terms of the activity they do for these kind of enterprises, more than universities or technology centers of these kind of institutions. And this is one of the reasons vet centers are trying to carry out applied research. And the second one is the regionalization processes in general. I mean that competitiveness is determined at local level, at regional level, and vet centers are quite local or regional, much more than universities or technological centers. So they have the power to push innovation at the regional level. Okay, so these are two of many other reasons why the vet schools could, develop transformational roles in their societies. So, well, but not in a more closer level. At a more closer level of the schools, of the vet centers, we can find some aspects, some key factors that can, push or promote the applied research activity in the vet centers. One of them is the local and sectoral structure, the more industrial, region or the more industrial area where a vet center is involved, the more potential for performing a transformational role from the vet center perspective. the labor market institutions. The more flexible is the labor market is, the more possibilities or probability to perform this transformational role. In those regions where there are a lot of support institutions for innovation and knowledge, the less probability that better centers can develop this transformational role, because there are many agents involved in helping small and medium enterprises to develop innovation or new products or new processes. And well, the public funding is quite important, because those schools highly dependent on public funding, well, need to get more funds developing or performing other activities than just teaching. And this is a reason why, because, well, why a center can develop this applied research, or why they can serve the small and medium enterprises, developing new products, because they could need much more funding coming from other sources than public fundings. So this is more closer factors, promoting or pushing best centers to develop this transformational role and apply research. Well, but if we look at the centers itself, there are some characteristics or some factors related to the possibility to develop this applied research role or a more transformational role in their environments. Well, if the learning model is a school-based model, it's much more likely that the center, the FED center, starts new activities and this transformational role via applied research. If the centers provide higher levels of BED education, they have much more resources and capabilities to perform applied research. The provision of different educational levels is another resource, another way to have much more resources and capabilities to perform applied research. Well, talking about funding again, those private schools or centers have much more autonomy, and they can develop much more activities just on teaching, and they can manage their activities and their relationship easier than maybe a public school. Okay, legislation is an obvious factor related to the capacity of the centers to perform applied research. The size is another obvious factor related to that. That means that the bigger school, the higher potential for being multifunctional or transformational, between quotation marks. The background of the center, if we are talking about a center created by a sectoral or a business association, there's more possibilities, there are more options to perform activities like applied research. And the most important thing for me is the human capital involved in the centers. I mean, the more industrial and research experience that the teachers and the professionals who work for the center, the more possibilities to expand the scope of the activities performed by the FED centers. So this is, again, a set of indicators, of factors that can promote or reduce the possibility of centers to engage in applied research as the main activity of this transformational role in the society. So what is this transformational role I'm talking about? Basically, performing non-traditional activities for a center dedicated to provide vocational education and training. Well, there's a list of activities, non-traditional activities, like providing general education and vocational education, providing continuous education, and the biggest, and for me, I'm a researcher, so this is my weakness. As you can imagine, the applied research and the providing technical services to the small and medium enterprises is, for me, the most important non-traditional activity, helping or promoting the local and regional development, supporting small and medium enterprises, and improving teaching, because applied research in the FED context is not only helping others, it's also helping the education provided by the vocational education centers as well. Okay, and what other activities, non-traditional activities, I'm talking about entrepreneurship and some activities related to the local development strategies or generating a kind of knowledge structures linkages. Okay, there are many examples of centers, FED centers performing these kind of activities, like the community colleges in the United States, maybe, which activities are quite familiar for us. So, well, it could be an example, but this is very difficult. It's not so easy going beyond the traditional activities and going further. It's a complex process. You need resources. You need be careful of not putting in risk the main reason, the main mission of the centers, which is teaching. And well, you must cover the regional needs. You must make teaching stronger with these non-traditional activities performed by your center. You need a lot of resources and capabilities and knowledge, as I mentioned before, and you need collaboration between with collaborating with other centers, with universities, with technological centers, with research centers, etc., etc., etc. Okay, so what is basic research? In order to know what is applied research, we need to know what is basic research. It's experimental or theoretical work undertaken primarily to acquire new knowledge of the underlying foundations of phenomena or unobservable facts without any particular application or use. This is performed mainly by universities and the science and technology system, but this is closer to big problems of the humanity, and this is closer to the big companies' needs. On the other hand, applied research could be defined as an original investigation undertaken in order to acquire new knowledge. It is, however, directed primarily towards a specific, practical aim or objective. This is a definition of the OECD. And in the FED context, I found this very clear and direct definition, which is solving real-world problems in industry, basically. So what is applied research in the FED context? Creating new knowledge, using the existing knowledge in new and creative ways, learning by doing, by using, by interacting with other actors like small and medium enterprises, for instance. Who can be involved in that? Well, FET schools, of course, technological centers, knowledge-intense based services, and of course, universities and research centers. And there could be beautiful collaborations among between these actors in order to develop better applied research by FET school of centers. Because, as I mentioned before, they are able to improve innovation in small and medium enterprises. And well, there's another set of examples of schools or centers that perform that kind of activities, like the Polytechnic Institutes, the community colleges, as I mentioned before, and applied sciences universities.
Introduction to the next speaker,
okay.
Because the aim is to which are the role of these best centers in this ecosystem you have shown and you have explained. So thank you very much, and
You're
however, I'd like to introduce for this role of VET centers to John Edwards. John Edwards is the Secretary General of EURASHE, which is the European association representing institutions that deliver professional higher education and conduct applied research. So welcome, John.
Thank you very much. So if we can get my presentation up, and I will introduce myself, but it is a good moment to pass on to me because as you just mentioned, EURASHE, which I work for, and the Secretary General, we represent institutions such as University of Applied Sciences and similar, what we call professional higher education. And, well, I think it's a debate that could be had all day, all night, and I'm still trying to get my head around what is the difference between professional higher education and VET at higher EQF levels. So discuss. That's a good one. I know it varies massively depending on the country, depending on the member states in the EU and indeed the country worldwide. I've just come back from Canada, where we spoke to Colleges and Institutes Canada. They represent polytechnic colleges, but they organize here, fantastic, with Inigo and all our friends, Unai from the Basque Country, the World Federation of Colleges and Polytechnics, Congress here in June. They don't describe themselves as VET providers, by the way. They don't even talk about VET in Canada. So I think we've got to move beyond a bit some of the labels, some of the language. I mean, I've worked in many different European policy areas, and it always seems to come down to language and misunderstandings about what things mean. But anyway, I'm not going to get into it. This is our definition of professional higher education. By the way, I've been in the job for 1 year, and well, I may like to make some changes, but you know, things have to be slowly taken into account. But we do have a definition. I've just, before the slides come up, tried to explain that. Very similar to how you define VET in terms of working with the world of work, enterprise, civil society, in addition to providing education. I just contrasted that with what VET is defined as, you know, all forms and levels of education involving general knowledge, study of technologies, related science, acquisition of skills, know-how. And then, in fact, that definition talks about relating to occupations in the various sectors. The CEDEFOP definition doesn't even mention specific occupations, just talking about the labor market in general. But anyway, some water. I have to just say something about EURASHE because I'm here, and that's who pays me. So yeah, it's an association. I think you know the VET associations here. Several of them are here. Well, we're a similar association at EU level, but we're representing this type of institution that provides applied higher education. of national association and individual members, both within and outside the European higher education area. You can see the map. There's almost 600, over 600 HEIs. Of course, so we define higher education as level 5 and above. And then new for 2023, it's part of the new strategy, we're going to have a new category of membership called associate membership. So if you're not a higher education institution, but you want to work with higher education institutions, such as on applied research, you're welcome to join us as well. And we do this through community practice. We have a community practice on Coves. I think you're all part of it by being here. Well, we've got some as well. Welcome to join us. We've got applied research, quality assurance, which, by the way, we need a better quality assurance framework in VET too, and future skills. Well, present and future skills, I think we're going to call it. But look, as it's getting later on in the day, and we're all a bit tired, I thought I'd just tell you a couple of stories that will illustrate the point I want to make about applied research in VET. Both of them, by the way, are from places in the United Kingdom, which is my home country originally. I'm now a happy, reformed Portuguese person post-Brexit. Food and the weather much better, so I'm happy. But these come from where I'm from originally. The first one being Manchester, not far from where I was born. And about 15 years ago, they invented new applications for graphene. The massive gold rush, because all these companies were going to come and use this. I think technically they call it isolation and categorization or something of graphene. But it did lead to potential commercialization of the research results. They got a Nobel Prize for it, and it's great for Manchester University, for kudos, in the academic community. But how many companies are located in Manchester area using this new product? Zero. It's not benefiting the region at all. I'm not suggesting this sort of research isn't important. Of course it is, can make massive steps forward for the scientific community, for business around the world. But we were talking about this type of applied research in VET, in local and regional communities. You want to benefit those communities, and this is something hugely important, but I don't think it's what we're looking at. Okay. I'll give you another example, a few hundred kilometers further north of Manchester, Glasgow. The steam engine that drove the Industrial Revolution. Who invented the steam engine? James Watt did. Was he a professor? Was he a famous businessman? No, he was an instrument maker. He'd done his apprenticeship a few years earlier in London, and he came up to the University of Glasgow, where he was employed by some very well-known professors at the time, one called Joseph Black, a chemist, another one you might have heard of called Adam Smith, the economist. And he was there just to help them basically fix their instruments they needed for their experiments. There was a problem with a Newcomb pump. Pump usually used for pumping water, but later became an integral part of the steam engine. They didn't know what was going on, but James Watt, the repairman, he identified the problem and noticed while doing it that there was a big problem of loss of energy in the Newcomb pump. About 3/4 of the energy was lost by heating up the engine when it was cooling down, heating up. I don't know, I'm not a technical person, but I just know that he solved this problem, and the Newcomb engine turned into the Watt engine, and that drove the Industrial Revolution, and we all know what happened after that. So who helped in this case? It was a VET graduate, if you like, as someone from an apprenticeship. So I think these two stories illustrate, not yet, they illustrate what I think also Juan has explained quite well, so I won't go through it again myself. The difference between STI, forms of innovation, and DUI, doing, using, and interacting. Clearly that's what we're looking at when we talk thinking about applied research in VET, doing, using, and interacting. But what are the lessons from this then? First lesson is, and I've got two, and I'll tell you finally about where I think we should go from here. First lesson is that research can be done, broadly defined research can be done in a variety of different settings, and there's no reason why this shouldn't be done also in vet centers. Applied research has to be done with the people who are using the research, and that's companies, and vet centers are very well placed to do that. Second, so that in a way is research innovation in vet. And then what about vet for research and innovation? That's the other side to the coin. And that is because we know that what creates value in the economy is the application of knowledge, not the invention of knowledge, not the discovery. Of course, discovering knowledge is vital, but if you don't apply the knowledge, then it doesn't create value in the economy. And that's where all you guys come in, I think, is to train people who are able to use new knowledge in the workplace. One of the areas where this is very present, especially in terms of the regional dimension, is smart specialization. We have a session in this room about it after this, which I'm moderating, if you want to stay. In case you haven't heard of smart specialization, though, it is a very important policy approach underpinning regional development in Europe. And actually, I've got this table from the same author as Juan, and I don't even know him, but we're looking at the same material. He's another Basque, of course, so it must be important if you have a chance. This is in Spanish, but I think he's written a lot in English as well. And this was just him analyzing smart specialization and what it missed. And he said, you know, in terms of knowledge diffusion and exploitation, the demand side, the DUI model, the KIBs there, the KIBs again, the vet centers, looking at research in legacy sectors, let's say traditional sectors, not new sectors, but sectors that are already there, applying new technologies to existing industries. That's also important when talking about applied research. And these type of intermediate managers, we're missing this in the workforce in order to implement these new processes. And innovation is not just about products, it's about processes and services, about marketing. It's not just linked to scientific breakthroughs. Okay? And that's what smart specialization should be about. So as I said, if you're interested, you can hear about that in the next session. Because what happened in Europe is that we became very good at making new inventions, very poor at using them, or not as good as other parts of the world. And they actually realized that that was the reason for what they call the transatlantic productivity gap in the 1990s. Essentially, in the United States, the productivity levels between the United States and Europe was about the same going through in the 1980s. And suddenly in the 1990s, something happened and productivity shot up in the United States. And the analysis of this was that they were better at applying general purpose technologies such as ICTs across the economy. And that's actually the reason for smart specialization. And I don't know why, but the EU in their wisdom, I know why, because we all know the bureaucracies are not very dynamic at the best of times, only applied smart specialization to one part of the European Regional Development Fund on research and innovation, didn't apply it to the European Social Fund, for example. Now they're trying to correct their mistakes, but we'll come on to that, as I said, if you stay for the next session. So, final slide then, how do we go forward to fix this? Well, what the European Commission has done a great job in doing, and well, I don't know if he's here, everyone knows João by now, apart from the Centre for Vocational Excellence, which, you know, is an amazing initiative. I've never seen anything like it, and I worked for 9 years in the European Commission, about the Commission really working with stakeholders. It's the first time I've seen it after 9 years. But the other good thing he did was launch the forward-looking projects and applied research, and I'm delighted that Urashi is a partner in one of those projects, and we're going to listen to the coordinators now. But I think this comes a little bit from the air in VET 1. What do we need to do? We need to understand it better. We all now talking about applied research in VET, but let's be honest, I don't think we understand it ourselves yet, and we certainly don't know where it's happening, what's happening, and who's doing it. So to map it, give some examples from across Europe, globally, about what's going on. And then some guidelines to build capacity, and we've got a lot of things we can work on. Projects, for example, that Urashi is involved in research skills called WCAFI, spanning boundaries, which is building links between the ability to work with industry, but also collaboration with people already doing applied research. And as I said, University of Applied Sciences is a great start. And finally, and this is my final point, appropriate frameworks. If we do go forward and get to doing research in VET, we can't judge it, assess it, and fund it in the same way as research is funded in universities. So we need to think, and there was a reform of the research assessment recently in the, I don't know whether you followed the ERA, the European Research Area. We've got the European Education Area, we've got the European Research Area. And in the ERA forum, the stakeholders, of which Irashi is one of them, came up with a text on reforming research, less on the quantitative metrics, more on the qualitative evidence, more on the social and regional impact. But that had to be put in practice. We'll be working on that, and I hope you'll also help me too, so we can get a good assessment framework for applied research in VET that is appropriate and values what we do. So thank you very much, and I'll pass on to the panel now.
So thank you, John. And I'm sure there are lots of questions in the chat box or from a very active audience, but let's leave that to the end, otherwise we'll run out of time. And we are coming to the second part of the session, so I'd like to welcome our panelists. I want to specifically say thank you, Josu Riezu from AFM, Spanish Association of Manufacturers of Machine Tools, and also Jacob Westadler, Director of HRD at Kognijard, Denmark, which is a landscaping company, right? One of the successful all over Europe. And thank you for being part of the panel, because as company representatives, you are one of the agents to support applied research in VET. You are also, they are also part of some of the projects approved. Josu representing in VET, and Jacob as a Barkov project coordinator. So thank you, Josu and Jacob, on behalf of everyone who is here today. We are also joined by Adriana Hurak from the Intercompany Training Center at the School Center Nova Gorica, Slovenia. Adriana is also partnering in one of the applied research projects, the ones newly approved. So congratulations to you and your team, Adriana, for such an achievement. And we are finally joined by Vaso Anastasopoulou, Director of Development and International Cooperation at Dimitra Education, in Greece, who is partnering the NearVet Applied Research Project. So delighted to have the four of you with us. So taking into account everything that's been said, I like to address you, Adriana, right? So what's the main contribution of applied research activities to VET excellence?
So hello to everybody. So to understand the correlation between the vocational excellence and applied research, we need to put them in the bigger context. Because that everyone can understand their meaning, their purpose, and also that their usage, when they are used both together, can be really meaningful and efficient. So our everyday is really full of challenges, it's full of changes, this has become quite normal. And these challenges, every time we hear the word challenge, we think also, oh gosh, what are we going to do? What is the solution to this challenge? So it's always that we talk about solutions at the same time more and more. How are we going to store the water in the dry months due to the unstable distribution of the rainfall? How are we going to support individuals with healthcare services due to the lack of doctors? How are we going to be mobile in the future, not to continue damaging of our nature? So there are so many hows that we don't know how to answer, but we are looking, or we need to think about the solutions. And now, going back to the correlation, so vocational excellence is about establishing the skills ecosystem, right? So we are developing, identifying, implementing, using the skills, whereas applied research is seeking to solve a specific problem and also stimulates to find a solution. This is how we understand, right? And in COAS, amongst others, so we are developing, identifying, using, and providing the high-quality skills according to the needs that we recognize in our regional ecosystems. But by means of applied research and its methods, we want to translate these gained skills into the solutions of specific problems that we have identified. And also, it's not only about to find the solutions, but also to put a kind of added value and especially transform them into the impact. So we want to go further from the skills which are really put into the impact, meaningful impact within the community where we live. It doesn't matter if this is concerning the individual, if this is concerned with the business or the public services. And I mean, for us, is this very important, and there we see the main correlation. This is going to influence everything within the excellence. It's going to influence the way of learning, teaching, and definitely also the partnering within the ecosystem.
Well, that's very interesting. So, but how could the best sector broaden its engagement in applied research, also with companies? Because what's the role of teachers involved?
Okay, I would say that they would need to start first by building the capacity, by developing the individual's research capacity, but also the applied research capability of the overall VET organizations themselves. Because currently, if we look at the sector, we would see there is a strong focus on professional practice and innovation. And in many VET organizations, the notion of applied research in relation to that practice is often unfamiliar, or if not alien. So if you consider the strong ties that the industry of VET with the industry, we will see that VET is ideally positioned to support the innovation efforts of every industry. And through applied research with companies, they can help them solve real-life problems in real-time situations. So this opportunity would need to be embraced, of course, by the leadership as well. I mean, if we need to make it actual, the leadership of every VET organization have to understand it. They have to make it clear. And of course, they have to integrate it in the strategic planning of the VET organizations. Okay? So that on the other hand, on one hand. On the other hand, for achieving this engagement and in order to translate all this knowledge to the workforce, we would rely significantly on the competencies of the professional educators, because, and also other professionals like sector managers and so on from the companies, but those are the people that would need to successfully and competently undertake applied research and innovation projects with the companies. So we have to think, if applied research is so critical, then who are the applied researchers? And what kind of competence do they need? What are their needs? And how these needs are to be met? So again, the role here is where the role of the teachers becomes prominent once again.
Yes, that's true. And from the company point of view, Jacob, how can the teacher that she mentioned ensure that pupils learn to think in new solutions and combination of known products and methods, which would be innovation for applied research, so they can use them when they get out into those companies?
I think the obvious answer to that would be to make them work with real-life problems. But I think there's more to that than just, it's not that simple to answer, because in my opinion, we should also train the students to work across cultural boundaries. We should train them to work interdisciplinary with others. And I don't see that in the vet schools as it is today. So that's the basic of working with others outside your own industry. Because if we want to solve the problems of tomorrow, we have to work with each other, and we have to bring in other competences than we do today.
That's good. And again, from the company point of view, Josu, how do you think that vet centers can contribute to solving real-world problems in the industry?
Yes, definitely. I completely agree with Juan Gamboa's clear presentation. From a company point of view, vocational education and training centers are entities that are very close to the reality of the companies. They can provide support to the problems and improvement needs of the companies, especially to the small companies. In our association is made up of around 700 advanced manufacturing companies, and 99% of these companies are small and medium enterprises. So maybe large companies have their own resources to solve or to innovate or solve their problems. But small companies are mainly focused on their production. They don't have much time to innovate or improve products or processes. So they need someone that is close to them. In fact, the problems that they have or the needs that they have don't have enough dimension to be a technological project. So it's difficult to go through a technology center or a specialized provider, no? Because the dimension of the projects are small or short-term projects. So in this sense, I think that what small and medium enterprises need is somebody who is close to them, someone they trust, and someone that will find an opportunity in the problem of the company. And in this sense, I think that vocational education and training centers are a very interesting actor for companies. And in fact, in the Basque Country, we have very good examples of this collaboration between companies and vocational training centers.
And again, Josu, how do we engage them? What do we have to say when we knock on their door?
Yeah, I think that vocational education training centers have already relationships with companies. They have relations because many students of the training centers are doing their internships or their duality in companies. And also there are some employees of the companies located nearby that have completed the training cycles in the training centers. Or there are also some employees that have done technical trainings in the training centers. So there is already a relationship. What we need is to improve this relationship gradually, and what we need is to take steps to know more about the company, to know more about their needs, their projects, their problems, and to show what the vocational training center can offer them, which capacities, which technologies they are working with, the workshop, the professionals that the training center has, and this will increase the trust, and this is clear. In fact, the relationship between the company and the training center is a win-win relationship. I mean, the vocational training center has the knowledge, a very interesting knowledge for the company, and the company has the real work problem. No? So for the teacher, this problem is interesting because he can improve and he can acquire competencies, and these competencies could be then transferred to the students through the vocational training center, and then this student will be the future employee for the company. So, I mean, this is a win-win relationship, and I think it's this collaboration between companies and vocational training centers is a key point for the improvement of the system itself.
And what about you, Jacob? How do you think that this collaboration between the companies and VET ensure that clever hands, right, can be so skilled in applied research that can be used in clever heads research projects?
I think that, could you ask the question again? I didn't hear you. The sound is not very good.
So Joseph was mentioning collaboration between companies and VET. So how do we ensure that these clever hands, they can be so skilled in applied research that can be used by clever heads research projects?
I think that we should be better at working together between the companies and the schools and solving the problems together. That would be the short answer to it, because we don't fix things out there with the clever heads. We also use the clever hands. We need them out there to fix the things. So that's what I think we should do. Yeah, combine all our competences.
So some teachers, Vaso, may think that applied research is not for VET centers, but it's not one of their duties. So how could we change this mindset for applied research in VET?
Well, a very good question, because everything begins from the mind, no? Including change. It's very important, because a positive or a winning mindset can often mean the difference between success or failure in any endeavor. So yeah, it is very important to focus on changing the mindset. But don't forget that many teachers already and practitioners, they have some knowledge in relation and some skills in relation to applied research projects. So what we need is to help them further develop these skills, either by practicing them or by taking professional development. At the moment, what we see, wherever VET applied research is the case, it's an effort that depends mainly on the enthusiasm, the industry knowledge, and the contacts of the individuals. Okay, but we need to take this momentum and add more, and as does all innovation, this requires some collaboration. It should be a collaborative effort that sees both EU and national policies embrace this, and they have to acknowledge the need for supporting the VET role into the innovation system. Of course, it has to be accompanied by grants. It has to be accompanied by professional development funding for everyone involved, as well as quality assurance processes, and of course, some standard setting.
Yes, so you mentioned legislation, changes, adaptation. Brianna, quickly, what would you say about that?
About the legislation?
Yeah, just really quick. Because
this is always very interesting, right? Because this is always the most difficult thing. But for me, it's not logical, right? If everything is changing, why it's so difficult? I mean, that the legislation is not changing. The same as adaptability is needed at the grassroots level, and we are doing this constantly. It should be the same with the legislation, right? This should not be a kind of top secret or whatever. This should be a normal thing, right? Otherwise, we will think, okay, I mean, we have invented, or let's say, think of vocational excellence and applied research because we need them, right? We need them for the challenges that I mentioned before to solve them. And if the legislation is not going to support this implementation, then what are we going to do? So we need it. Just think of very concrete things that are happening due to the climate change consequences. We need to really be fast.
Yeah, so I think that discussion is really interesting, but we needed to stop it here. What we can infer from this discussion and from the presentations we had is that applied research will be taking a relevant role in VET in the next years. So we need to close it, but I'm sure that our panelists, our speakers, thank you, they will be pleased to answer your questions. We had a very active audience. Afraid we don't have time for that in this case, but they will be ready to answer your questions via mail. And please, with this, join me in thanking the panel. Thank you all for being here, and thank you to the organizing for giving us this opportunity. So, of course, you are welcome to the third round by John Edwards on smarter manufacturing. Thanks.
Excellent. Okay, we're nearly there, and it's been a long day since 9 o'clock in the morning. So we'll try and make this as enjoyable as possible. And it isn't an easy subject, I must admit, smart specialization. Just before we start, put your hands up if you've ever heard of smart specialization and tell me the truth. Put your hand up, please. I want to know who's heard of smart specialization. See, that makes me feel a bit depressed, you know, because I spent 9 years working on smart specialization and traveling around like a crazy man all over Europe, telling people what smart specialization was. And we've only got 4 people. But I think what it shows is that smart specialization needs to expand beyond its community, which is generally regional. Local and regional authorities know all about smart specialization. And as we often find in European policies, not just also at national level, you have your policy communities. You know, you have your smart specialization people, and your vet people, your higher education people, and you know, there's no links between the different communities. And I think that's what happened with smart specialization. So as an introduction to it, I'm not going to go through it all because we have here with us, DG Regio, Sylvia, who she knows all about smart specialization because there's the policy DGs who is responsible for smart specialization. But I'm just going to say a couple of words first, but I don't want to say everything that you're going to say. But I started working on smart specialization more than 10 years ago. That's when it was conceived, okay, as a way of optimizing the spending of the European Regional Development Fund principally, but also other EU funds, in order to not give a café para todos, as they say in Spain, but to be more strategic about where the money goes to invest in specific areas of innovation that is appropriate for each regional economy. And it was mainly operationalized, I said, this concept. It didn't, by the way, it wasn't born in DG Regio or in the regional policy community, it was born in the research and innovation community, but was operationalized by the European Regional Development Fund in its thematic objective 1 on research and innovation. But the founding fathers of smart specializations actually saw it as much more than research and innovation policy. It's regional development through knowledge. And you know, the truth is that this requires much more integrated approaches to policy. So research and innovation, industrial policy, and yes, education and training. And that was the point that really got lost from the beginning. And there was no structure, no means to bring education and training into smart specialization. Until now, and Sylvia's going to tell you about that. And all this, these different policies need to be integrated through a good governance structure. Unless you have a good governance at regional level, and that's why the Basques are so good at this, because they've got the governance right, so they can bring in the vet community. Other regions haven't done this because, you know, the Minister for Education doesn't speak to the Minister of Regional Policy and so on. Okay, so that was my first point. The second point, before we go on, I mentioned it in the previous session, but smart specialization is actually about the application of knowledge, not about the discovery of knowledge. And that's why using the skills from the vet sector, we can implement the smart specialization priorities much better than without it. So on that, I will finish my introductory remarks, and I'm going to pass over firstly to Sylvia from DG Regio. After that, we'll go to another DG, which is, as I said, industrial policy is an important part of smart specialization, and we have DG Grow on the line. And finally, a speaker from one of the regions that's doing this in practice, from Murcia, down in the south of Spain. But anyway, before we carry on, I would just like to ask Sylvia to come and get her presentation somehow ready.
Thank you very much, John. Thank you for this great introduction to smart specialization. And thank you also for the opportunity to be here with you today, and it has been very interesting to learn about the VAT system in the Basque Country and the hands-on experience for SMEs. So as John already introduced, I'm going to make my best to present you smart specialization in the easy way. I will try, because as John explained, it's a concept that is not new, has been already going for a while. And we use the smart specialization approach for the ERDF funding for the 14-20 period. So what are smart specialization about? Let me just get on my slide. So in reality, we are talking about strategies for economic transformation, regional economic transformation, which are designed by the regions. And they have been, the basis to channel our research and innovation funding. So what we are aiming with this, or what was the idea, has been that the regions have to set up, to identify those areas, those market niches at which they are best at, to set up the priorities. And in those priorities, they will focus the investment. So the idea is to focus on the competitive advantages of the region when it comes to applied research. This has proved to be a successful approach for the 14-20 period, and it has been reinforced for the 21-27 period, which is where we are at the moment. And here I just put a definition of how it is under the ERDF, and I just will take the points that I think are more relevant here. So, okay, I already said these are priorities, but which are set up by the regions or the national level. And they are, about developing and matching the strengths from the research and innovation community with the market needs. So this is about matching offer and demand. This is about applied research. And then here, this is done what we call the entrepreneurial discovery process. And this, it might sound, well, what is entrepreneurial discovery process? This is one of those commissioned words, but in reality, it's something I've heard a lot today, which is collaboration. Collaboration among the actors, collaboration among the 4 quadruple helix actors. So in the 4 quadruple helix actors, we are meaning we have the research, be it research centers, be it more in the universities, and I've heard also, cases of VAT on the today, and we also have the part of the business, and here our focus is very clear. We want to support SMEs. They are our target because the SMEs are the economic growth of the EU. The EU economy is sustained on SMEs. They are the employer. So this is, they have to be in the process. Be them directly, be them via the clusters. And they also have, although the 2 actors in this quadruple health approach are the social partners, and this is new compared to the previous period, and also the public authorities, because at the end of the day, this is public money, and that we are in a public policy that we are developing in the EU. So you see that this is, the whole concept, and here is where the skills element came in for the first time. This is new in this regulation, for the 21-27 period, that the necessary skills need to be taken into account or need to be assessed in the context of this entrepreneurial discovery process. So the actors on the ground who are deciding, who are trying to identify those priorities, are the ones who know and who are best placed to see, okay, what are the skills needed here in this industry, in this region, for addressing the challenges. So this is what it is behind. And I give you now another, more into the detail. I'm coming here. This is how we are assessing from the European Commission the enabling condition. Enabling condition is, how to explain this, it's an easy word. It's how we are assessing that the funding that we are giving or we are approving under the operational programs is, that we give the green light, let's say. So we are assessing that the smart specialization strategies are in place, and we do this in base of these 7 conditions. So 3 of those, let's say, hexagons that are there were already from the previous period, and you see that on the first one, in the middle, is the effective entrepreneurial discovery process. So this is what I described before. It's not just a tick in the box to access the funding. This is something that we want and we insist, and we will check that is ongoing. So we are really looking at that the regions have these mechanisms that they can collaborate and they can put all the actors together to make this happen through a 7-year programming period. Then we have the governance, as also was mentioned by John. So there should be a responsible body, but also with the appropriate internal operational committees or sub-bodies and framework to make also this happen, because indeed it's not only about economics, it's also about research and innovation, it's also about industrial policy, it's also about the skills. So we are many bodies involved on this. And it's also the monitoring evaluation. So we are asking, or we are checking that there is indeed an effective monitoring and evaluation system. So those three criteria were already there before. And now for the 21-27 period, we are going a bit further. So we are checking in terms of innovation diffusion. So what are the challenges that the region is having in terms of innovation diffusion? Can it be, for example, what we can see quite frequently is the transfer, technological transfer from the university into the market, into the SMEs need. It can be, for example, that a region has a substantial investment from large enterprises, but this investment in research and innovation from large enterprises doesn't permeate into the ecosystem, regional ecosystem of SMEs. So it's about the cooperation between those actors. Or it could be, as we very frequently also see, about the skills, because the skills are there, and it's a challenge also. It can be a bottleneck in terms of innovation diffusion. You need to have the proper schemes and proper people behind to make this happen. And you can see that can be, okay, the SMEs don't have the appropriate workforce, but it can also be that, there is a skills mismatch. There can be regions that they don't have the necessary skills in the workforce, so they are trying to attract talents or to retain talents, but it can also be that they have a lot of students from the academia that they don't match the market needs. So those can be also bottlenecks for innovation diffusion, and this is how we are checking now also in these terms. Another point is industrial transition. I think we have not seen a single smart specialization strategy that is not addressing the digital and green transition. So then this is also a clear element linked to skills, because many times and very frequently there is a direct link with the skills that the SMEs will have to have in the workforce to address these challenges, to make them, to more operational in terms of artificial intelligence, in terms of exporting into new market via the digitalization, in terms of adopting processes which are more low carbon economies. And then you have also regions that have, by definition and because of the structural nature of the region, more specific needs in terms of adapting an industry. For example, regions which are or were more carbon intensive. So there is a variety of that in Europe. And also a last element that I want to highlight, and is very important from a DG Regio perspective, is the international cooperation. We think that there is a lot of potential on creating more cooperation between these priority areas that are defined or they are designed in between the smart specialization strategies. So we really are asking and checking that there is a mapping to enhance the cooperation, and we are also supporting, as I will come at the end, with some help to help regions to cooperate more with other regions in the EU. The idea being that, if we join forces to ensure that we can cooperate and complement each other, especially when we are talking about addressing society challenges that might be useful and helpful to have this knowledge and this cooperation inside the EU and among the smart specialization strategy areas. So this is how we are doing, let's say more on the conceptual phase. Now, when it comes to the operational programs, here the smart specialization strategy is at the heart of what it is the policy objective 1 in ERDF, which is where we have the investments for the smart and innovative Europe. So there we have for enhancing research and innovation capacities and the uptake of advanced technologies. We have the digitalization, the growth of SMEs and competitiveness, and developing skills for smart specialization, industrial transition, and entrepreneurship. And it is part of eligibility and regulatory criteria is obligatory to have smart specialization in place for all the financing related to research and innovation capacities and to developing skills. So let's say that in innovation and uptake of advanced technologies is where we find in the research projects. We are talking about applied research. Fundamental research is legally excluded. So this is where we find the big bulk of research projects in the smart specialization areas. Also, we support material or equipment, also if there is a need for infrastructure related to the smart specialization areas. And here we finance the skills. And what exactly do we finance? So, or we can finance, or well, I think it's a bit big. But okay, this is very specific. So we are not financing our VET system. This is ESF. This is something very targeted and very specific to the SMEs in smart specialization areas. So here we are targeting, for example, innovation management of SMEs. If there is a need or this identified need in a region that they need to support the local SMEs with new skills in the processes or the new skills to manage the innovation, this can be done. Also, specific training, reskilling at all levels, as I explained before, can be to address the digital transition, the green transition, or any other need that the SMEs may have in the smart specialization areas. Promotion of entrepreneurship skills at all levels. Also, the development of skills in cooperation with the economic sector. So, if there is an economic sector that they have a skill shortage and they want to have, a specific course or training in cooperation with the research center or any other center to support them, this is fine. And also the skills to increase the commercial viability and market relevance of research projects. So this is about the transfer, this is about the applied research. So it's quite specific, but at the same time is broad enough for the regional level, at the regional level, to be able to decide customized training plans or training courses to the needs of the local SMEs. So the professional target group will be the professionals at all levels, managers, entrepreneurs, etc., as long as they are in SMEs in the smart specialization areas. We are still finalizing the negotiation of the programs because in the region, as probably you are familiar with, we don't have direct management. This is shared management. So the programs are negotiated with the regions and the member states, and we still are in finalizing the process, so we cannot still have specific cases, but we are seeing that, some member states, we have cases where the regions come up with an analysis in the smart specialization areas. So what are the skill shortages and what do we need? Then when it comes to the actual implementation, launching the course, this is the regional level, because this is, as I said, shared management. I would like also to give you a few, oh, sorry, I think I went too fast. A few words on the Interreg, because perhaps this is useful also for the audience in terms of the interregional cooperation. So we have around 90 programs for Interreg, which is different from the mainstream ERDF. But the skills were already there in the past. They were already programs being financed. For example, in Interreg Europe, they are mainly supporting with capacity building actions to the local authorities, and there have been already quite a lot of work ongoing on activities relating to skills. And as a matter of an example, we also highlighted a project that you can check in the website keep.eu about the Danube, for example, that they were already developing skills programs to enhance the competences of the industry. I think it was the automotive industry, to help them to go into more innovative. Perhaps if there are, I think, colleagues from the Interreg family in the audience can come in and elaborate a bit more on this. And for the 21-27, we also highlight one example of a program that was adopted last summer. So this is public information. And this is on the North Sea transnational program. So you will see that they are foreseeing under specific objective 1.4 to develop skills development in these areas of smart specialization, with a special focus in energy and environmental technologies, which is what we are seeing a lot also in the current context. So this is just to give you, an idea that apart from the main, let's say, mainstream ERDF programs that can be also relevant, I think, in the context of COVES. And perhaps I will finalize now, because I don't want to keep it that long, on what is next. So here, I put here, I mean, quite visually, this map that is related to the 14-20 period about the governance of the smart specialization areas. And this is to give you an idea of the variety that we have. So we have 185 smart specialization areas that were developed in the 14-20 period. The governance arrangements are pretty much the same for the 21-27 period, and you can see that there are member states that they only have regional smart specialization. Some others they have only national, and some others have regional and national. So here is really, as I said, negotiated, and this is really a bottom-up process. So these are the regions and the national level who are designing these strategies. But this is just to give you an idea how it looks like, and also you want them to find out, okay, if you have the possibilities under the RTF, the best bet then is to contact your managing authorities, because of course they are the first point of contact for shared management. And let me finish now with some news on what is coming next from the region, from the Commission perspective. And as we speak, we are developing a smart specialization committee of practice. It is still not online, so we are planning to put it online early next year with a proper event to make the community aware that this is available. And this will be a one point of contact, so one-stop shop for everything to do with the smart specializations in the EU. There will be a lot of animation and monitoring about the smart specialization thematic platforms and partnerships. There will be also targeted support for those regions who feel that they need to be supported for smart specialization activities or specific areas. There will be a lot to do also with knowledge management and dissemination, because we do have a lot of information, and now we want and we have to put this at the service of the community. So you are aware of what are the needs, what is going on. And also we are foreseeing, of course, a lot of events and forums like the one similar to the one that we are here today. So this will be online as of beginning of next year, and I wanted to take the opportunity also to flag this to you, so you are aware that this is coming next. So I think I will stop here, perhaps.
Thank you, Sylvia. Yes, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Sylvia. I'll give that to you, and because you're next, but after Peter. And I mean, we do have the next speaker online, but I think as they are approaching two quite different subjects, although related, if there are any questions for Sylvia now, I think it's better to ask any questions for clarification. We can hopefully have time for a little bit more of a broader discussion after the three speakers. But if there's something you didn't understand and that you're really, burning to ask Sylvia for clarification, now is your chance.
Well, I hope I was clear enough.
Yeah. Yes, lady over there. How do you do with the microphones? Oh.
I get closer, don't worry.
Thank you very much. Fantastic. I just want to ask how long it takes, for instance, a project, and what are the challenges you have? Yeah, for a smart specialization project. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. In reality, those projects, the ones that we are financing with ERDF, they are managed by the managing authorities, well, not even by the managing authorities. Most of the cases, they are delegated to research centers or to the Ministry of Innovation, for example. So it depends on the call, that they have. You really need to check, the call is like in a similar way that you will have, direct management. But then you could have projects, for example, which are around 1 month, 2 months, but it really years. But it really depends on the nature of the project and on the criteria that they have for this.
Another one. Yeah, thank you for doing two jobs at once, Sylvia.
Thank you. My name is Hugh Bresse.
I was wondering, since we are at the Vocational Excellence Forum and we are talking a lot about these centers of vocational excellence, I was wondering, do you already see now like possible synergies between the smart specialization and the centers, or do you also see still room for improvement to increase these synergies in the future?
I think this is a very relevant and key question for the forum of today. The natural place will be the EDP, the entrepreneurial discovery process, what I mentioned before. And indeed, it's not that I cannot talk by heart about all the smart specializations that we finance across the EU. It's not perhaps that I've seen a lot of those, but the place will be for involved vocational educational centers in the entrepreneurial discovery process. This will have to be done at the regional level. They are the best suited to know who are the actors that need to be there involved. The Commission is not really checking on who is there. We really trust, and this is a bottom-up exercise. But if the region feels that, vocational education trainings play a key role in the innovation, in applied research, it's a natural place for them to be involved in this collaboration exercise, as we saw in the previous presentation earlier on. Otherwise, the regional ecosystem in terms of innovation is perhaps not involved in the whole picture. But this is how I see this after also having hearing these discussions in the previous presentations that were indeed very interesting about VAT.
Anyone else? For now. I see a lot of tired faces here. Well, I have lots of questions, but I'm going to resist the temptation because we have Peter Sazga here on the other side of the Zoom link. And he is from DG GROW, another DG of the Commission. And this DG is responsible for the cluster policy of the EU. So I'm pleased that the technical details has worked out, Peter, and that you're able to join us just in time. So if you can hear us, and we can hear you.
Hear you,
yeah.
And I hope you can hear me.
We can. Okay. So that's the first thing. I would then like to invite you to give your presentation, and I would try and share your screen so we can see your slides.
Yes. So good afternoon to everybody. I'm very happy to join you. I'm regret that I cannot be in San Sebastian with you, but I'm very grateful for you that you made it available, that I join online, and I would like to thank already the work of the technicians that we already done to make this connection possible. So I will talk to you for about 10 minutes, and I have around 10 slides to show. And I will say a few important messages about the role of industrial clusters in skills development. I will just sketch out that I will say 4 things. First of all, I will explain very briefly what clusters are. Second, I will argue that clusters are very well-placed actors to engage in skills-related actions. And also I will bring some concrete examples to illustrate their activities and various initiatives in this field. Thirdly, I will try to sketch out some recommendations on how and why collaboration between the centers of vocational excellence and clusters should be strengthened or should be established. And finally, I will give you some resources. I will guide you towards some resources where you can learn more about clusters in general, and also about skills and clusters in more particular, in a more specific way. So the next slides, please. Let's get started about the content of my presentation. So first of all, what are clusters, and why are they important? Just very briefly, I want to say that we have a definition for clusters, industrial clusters. They are defined as groups of firms and related economic actors, such as research and education institutions or public organizations, that are located near each other and they're also cooperating very closely with each other. So it's important to emphasize that these actors are working together not in an ad hoc, occasional basis, but very much in an organized and systemic fashion. And they are working on a variety of issues, typically like business development, joint innovation projects, sharing infrastructure, and also on skills development. That is a more narrow subject of my presentation today. Just to mention that we have around 3,000 clusters existing in Europe. They account for almost every fourth job in Europe. So clustering is a very widespread phenomenon, although often we are not aware of it. But it's not just widespread that we believe it, it's also a very positive thing, a very positive phenomenon. We have very clear evidence that companies that are part of clusters, they are functioning better. They are more competitive. They create more innovation. They create more and better quality jobs than those companies that are working alone. Next slide, please. So after kind of understanding a little bit what clusters are and why they are important, I will try to develop an argument here that clusters are very well placed, are very good actors to work on skills development. I will try to explain why so. So the answer lies in the very definition of what clusters are. As I said, they are acting as intermediaries, as catalysts of collaboration between industry and other actors such as research organizations, education institutions, regional development organizations. So in these entities, they are already cooperating very closely with each other in the framework of clusters. They have a high level of trust and a high level of understanding developed between them. They work on a day-to-day basis with each other. So in this way, clusters are enabling the critical mass of actors to work together on challenges that typically only the largest firm have sufficient scale to address alone. And they are also enabling brokerage across different strategic intelligence needs and capacities related to skills held by each different actor. So obviously, I hope you believe me and then you understand that this environment is very conducive for skills development. So clusters, they can, as it's illustrated on the slide, clusters are well placed to mitigate the demand and the supply of skills in a given region or in a sector. The next slide, please. So as I said, with the rise of skills as a topic for many firms, for many companies, clusters are also experiencing an increasing demand from the members to play a stronger role to support reskilling, upskilling, and talent attraction. And we are aware of quite a big number of concrete initiatives and actions that clusters are undertaking in this area. Typically, they are trying to raise awareness of skills imbalances. They are providing strategic intelligence on regional and sectoral trends. They are doing such things as road mapping, foresighting, market analysis on the skills needs. They are on a number of cases developing strategic monitoring frameworks related to cluster-specific skills. They are designing and implementing a great number of training and upskilling and reskilling initiatives in their area, and they're also often they are initiating funding programs or they are informing, raising awareness about funding programs among their members that are related to skills. So we have a discussion paper that we published in 2021 that is bringing together a number of good examples, good practices on clusters being active in the skills area, and you can see on the slide the title and also the link where you can access online this paper. The next slides, if I can go to the next slides. So here we put down the name and the logo and the kind of a one-sentence description of a few skills-related initiatives that we are aware of as from various European countries. Maybe very quickly I can just describe two initiatives. One of them is the European Aerospace Cluster Partnerships. So this partnership is comprised of 45 clusters from 18 countries, and they are been working together to address common skills challenges in the aerospace sector. They established a skill hub with the aim to understand and address the gaps in VET systems with respect to aerospace sector. And now they are having a permanent working group on skills, which is focused on issues such as facilitating mobility between industry and academia, promoting international internships for students, or supporting good HR practice in SMEs and developing best practice exchanges. So this is from the aerospace sector. Another example that I can just describe very briefly is coming from Spain, where we have the packaging cluster of Catalonia, and they collaborated with a local university and then developed a master's program in packaging management. So it is a specific master's program that is directly designed to meet the skills needs of the cluster, and they are producing there. They are training their packaging manufacturing experts with the knowledge of packaging technology and combined with operations management. So there was a clear skills needs from the clusters, and then they responded to it together with the local universities. So these were just two quick examples, but in our paper that was demonstrated in the last slide, there's already, you can find a number of other further examples. The next one, please. So I've been trying to explain and illustrate it that we have a number of clusters that are working, that are having services on skills, and I think what is still needed is try to encourage further and closer cooperation between clusters and centers of vocational excellence. We know that this is happening, but we believe that more can be done and more should be done in this area. So I just put down very quickly a few suggestions, a few recommendations how COVAs and clusters could be brought together. We believe that we can broaden the participation of clusters organizations in these centers. They can become formal members, or they can become collaborators. They work together very effectively in skills management. I suggest that you can also use clusters to acquire intelligence on skill needs and source shortages. As we said, in clusters, typically we have those who are responsible for the supply of skills, but also those who are responsible for the demand of skills. So they are working together, and this working relationships can be exploited pretty well. We suggest that clusters and COVAs, they are developing joint actions for reskilling and upskilling. Often they have already their individual actions, but if they can do it together jointly, then we believe there will be very strong efficiency gains and very strong and more effectiveness in their activities. So I suggest that you take and consider these four options and try to reach out to clusters in your region, in your area. And then finally, in the last 1 minute of my presentation, I just would like to give you very quickly some resources that you can go to, and you can learn a bit more about clusters in general, and clusters and skills in particular. We have an online platform called European Cluster Collaboration Platform. This is a one-stop shop where we try to collect all cluster-related information and initiatives for European clusters. We have a matchmaking tool. We bring here all knowledge, all resources. We have a number of events for clusters, and we have a number of support program for clusters. And in the next slide, you will see some examples of our current ongoing initiatives. If I can get the next slide, please. So what we have is clusters meet regions, a cluster a C2 lab. We are organizing matchmaking events, EU cluster talks, EU cluster booster economy. So I suggest that you are checking out these events. I mean, many of them are targeting skills development, but now that we have the European Year of Skills in 2023, we are definitely trying to pick up and focus on topics that are related to this area even more than when we did so far. So I suggest that you go to this platform and you check up on examples and events and services that we are offering. So that's all from me very quickly, and I'm happy to answer any questions today or in an email format. You can see my email there on the screen now. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. And if you haven't got a chance to get your hands on this yet, this is your opportunity, because I've been told by the technical people that this is the microphone we should be using. So I don't know if anybody has a question there for Peter on clusters. This is a test, you know, because if you... well, yeah, if you are thinking of applying for a Centre of Vocational Excellence, you'll see it says in the application form, how does your project fit in with clusters and smart specialization strategies? So this is your chance now to ask a question. Okay. Well, I have one question then for Peter, if no one else does here. Peter, how, when you in clusters, do you find that cluster organizations have people responsible for ensuring that there are skills available for that particular cluster? Or is it more the individual firms within the clusters who look out for themselves?
Yes. I mean, the answer is it depends. I think one of the beauty of clusters that they come in all kind of different shapes and forms. You know, different clusters, they differ in size, they differ in the sectors that they are targeting, they differ in the way they are being organized. You know, some clusters are big with several hundreds members and with a big cluster management office, several people being employed by the cluster. So obviously in these cases, we are finding a person who's only engaged and being occupied with skills. So this is their day-to-day job. To survey, to follow what are the skill needs of their members, small companies, but also bigger companies. But I think what is very important is that they can reach out to SMEs, to small companies. So these people are following the skill needs, and they are on a day-to-day basis. They are talking to research institutions, to education institutions, to match you know, the needs and the supply of the skills. So we are seeing where this thing is done in a very professional, on a very systemic way by people who are being occupied with this. And of course, not all the clusters are so well resourced. And for these clusters, I think it would be very important to reach out to COVES, the centers of excellence, to regional development agencies, so they can bring into the fabric of the cluster people who are specialized in skills, who are doing this on an everyday basis, and they can bring their expertise and their time to the clusters, and where they can meet a critical mass of clients. And then they can do the skills forecasting, the skill development and the skill services. So I think both ways are possible to work. You know, they all have their advantages. because being resourced is better. But I think in both ways we can be sure that the clusters can address the skills problems for the members.
And has anybody here in a Centre of Vocational Excellence or VET Centre been approached by your cluster manager about what skills you can provide to the cluster in your region? Put your hand up if you've been approached by a cluster manager. No, so I think there's still some work to be done, Peter.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. But anyway, thank you very much for joining us remotely, and hope we can meet again sometime in person. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
So we have a countdown here, clock, 9 minutes left. So I would like to pass over to our final speaker, and we've talked about clusters and we've talked about region. Well, here we have an example of a specific cluster, the furniture cluster, I guess, in a specific region, in the lovely region of Murcia.
That's
so
it.
Pass over to you, Gregorio, to talk about
thank you very much.
Your experience.
Thank you very much. That's true. We are going to talk about, thank you to the organizers of the event for thinking that we can show some of the results of our COVE project. What I'm going to show you today is part of our results. I'm going to try to convince you that having innovation clusters, business associations for research and so on is beneficial for your COVE project. And it's going to be good for the skill ecosystem. I'm going to show you examples, okay? So this is our project, and the way we started building the COVE, the platform, in our cases for furniture and wood. I'm Gregorio, okay, Cañabate, I'm working as innovation manager in CETEM R&D Center, and we are leading this initiative. But of course, starting building the consortium or the platform in this order, no? With vocational education, which are the ones that are training or creating new workers in the future, upskilling the current ones. And also, of course, the industry, which is the one that is going to be double check and ensure that the results that we are doing are valid and good for them. And so we have there the clusters, business associations, and also research and development, okay? I think it's very important, and it's the role of these innovation clusters and so on. Why? Because you have there very good teachers, very good researchers that are very in touch and in direct contact with the enterprises. They know the needs of the enterprises. They are doing services for them. They listen to them every day. So that's I would say, the third part for the excellence. And then, of course, the policy making that we are talking today about the smart specialization strategies. So we need to align, we need to their support, no, to make this happen, all these results. So let's pass to specific results of our project, okay? We have been working with gamification in classroom by using new technologies such as 3D printing, augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality, that we have seen they are very beneficial for the student, for the teacher, in terms of doing the lessons more attractive. So I'm going to show you some examples. This is about 3D printing. We have seen in 3D printing that the teacher can explain abstract concepts that the students can touch. When you print it, you manufacture them with the 3D printing. And they can work also in projects, which is very necessary for vocational training and the future life. So this is an example of a coffee table that has a corner for magazines and so on. This is very, very normal furniture. But if you want to let's say, create a new version for your enterprise, you have to, it's difficult to prototype. That you don't have usually the machinery for doing those angles of the corner are difficult. So additive manufacturing or 3D printing can be very useful. So you can use the model of a normal coffee table, and then you can start working with the angles, the joints, and so on of that corner. And it's it's faster to prototype something at the end that you can touch, that you can feel that if it's nice for the customer, if it's functional, and so on. This is for prototyping, but also for manufacturing. What you see there is an exercise that you can do in classroom with your students for the joints, joints that you 3D print for a chair, for a table, and what you can do in classroom. You can practice, okay, let's merge traditional manufacturing with additive manufacturing. This is called hybrid manufacturing, no? And you can you can work with the forces that they support. You can reuse parts of tables or furniture that are not used, and you create a new one. So you can do a workshop there with recycling and so on. So you have many, many possibilities there with the 3D printing. This is for manufacturing. And also, we have some exercises devoted to disabled people, let's say, no? And this one, for example, is for people with cognitive disabilities. They have this pattern that they can 3D print, and then also they can work with the shapes, with the perimeters, the areas, and so on, and create boot parts with these shapes, okay? With normal saw, with electric saw, and so on. This is a way of social inclusion through the technology, actually. I would like to show you also some example using virtual reality. In this case, immersive virtual reality. It's done by 360 pictures and video. In this case, this is a visit to our factory, our facilities, when you can go through all the rooms, through all the places there. You can explore, you have a feedback about the information, you got it there. And I'm talking about this technology, you can say, yeah, this is not very innovative or not very research technology. That's true. We have other examples of mixed reality and so on, but I wanted to show you this one because every teacher can do one exercise like this one. They need time for planning the exercise, working in the concept of the exercise, and then one day for cleaning the room and one day for recording the session, and then a few days for editing and so on. So this technology, okay, we are doing a visit to the Fab Lab, a visit to the different laboratories, but imagine a standard factory when you go through every stage of the manufacturing, and you can save some time to the students. A laboratory for testing products, okay? So the owner of the company, okay, I'm going to test a product, but which test? Okay, take a look to this, see what do you need to test, in which criteria, and so on. This is the part of 3D printing of our laboratory. So that's the potential of this technology, that is not very difficult to use and implement. You don't need to know about software development. You don't need to know about 3D modeling. Not a lot. So that's one of the exercises that we have developed. Part of the work that we are doing in this project is also related with smart specialization strategies. So we put together the stakeholders of every region in our project. We have 8 countries. We discuss there, okay, which is the weaknesses of one region, which are the strengths of the other regions, share experiences, what can we do, improving this, and so on. This is part of the project, and align this with the smart specialization strategy. Hey, let's go. Okay, so I have listed there some keys to sell you or to try to convince you that you have to include innovation clusters in your project or in your strategies. You have to include the research and so on. These are the keys to achieve the excellence in a cluster ecosystem. So I mean a specific type of industry in one city or one area. So reinforce the skill ecosystem by working together. Working together is very important. Understand the need of the enterprises, so include those clusters and so on. We have the researchers, the consultancy guys, the trainers that they know the needs of the enterprises. If you don't have these clusters with the knowledge of the sector, but you can have a normal business association, and you can include as well a normal research institution, a university, that's good as well. They know by experience what the enterprises need, and of course, also at the end, okay, at the very end, what you are going to have there is a vocational training institution that is very good with innovation and so on. And I wanted to show you, at least to describe, for example, this Circus Tech, which is a project of one of our partners from the Netherlands, that they are creating a database, okay, and it is already working, of super plus materials for the companies. So they do agreements with the companies, and their students, for example, they can go to this shop, because it's a shop, and purchase by a low price materials that they are going to use in their normal workshops, in their normal training. So those examples are the ones that finally ends because you are innovating before. That's all from my side. Thank you very much. That is our partnership, and happy to be here.
Excellent. Thank you to Gregorio.
Very welcome.
We now have a red screen here telling me we're 3 minutes overdue, but if anyone would like to ask Gregorio a question or have a comment, then I think we can still allow it. Yes, over here, and this gives me a chance. No, I've got the thing. I haven't done yet. Oh, to do that.
I was just wondering, is your COVE already involved in also, for example, doing a Horizon Europe project? Because you said you are doing so much with innovation and research, or are there plans to do that in the future?
To apply for Horizon Europe, I mean, the COVE that we are managing basically is a consortium of enterprises. At the individual level, the ones that we are doing research, we usually apply to Horizon Europe. Nothing in this line because this is already funded, but let's see in the future if there is a... But we apply for calls related with skills and so on a lot. Not always with succeed, but we try.
Okay. And Gregorio, do you know if the Gobierno de Murcia has selected the famous 1.4 specific objective in its regional development fund for skills specialization?
I told you before, no, I think they don't, but I have here people from the Department of Education, and they told me in the new one, in the new smart specialization strategy that is already there, they have included dual training. They have included I took notes just 5 minutes ago. Classrooms for applied technology, classroom for entrepreneurship, and also specialization courses. So in the new one is there.
Okay, we're looking forward to that. And the same goes for all of you. If any of your regions where you live have, if you know about the smart specialization strategies and you know that they've selected the specific objective 1.4, I would like to hear from you because I'm personally interested. So I'm John Edwards. I didn't introduce myself at the beginning. The Secretary General of UASHE, which is the European Association for Professional Higher Education. And I'm very interested in this subject. And I would like to thank Sylvie for coming here, for Gregorio, and for Peter, who's probably somewhere now in Brussels enjoying himself. So thank you all for your time, for your participation, for your interesting presentations. Thank you all for staying with us, and have a nice evening.